Happy Sunday, my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. I hope your weekend has been a good one of being screamed at by Monster Hunter. Jesus, guys. Jesus. But I do hope you're having a good weekend. Hopefully it's been treating you well. Hopefully you didn't just crash for 2 hours. Hi. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. We have a bunch of check-ins. We got a bunch of people hanging out with us today. I'm excited. Hello, Sevi. Good luck with your MS4. Go kick ass. Hello, Kai. Hi, bro. Welcome in. Thank you for the alert, Gainar. Thank you for the check-in. I had everything and then I lost it. Hello, Hyde. Thank you for the lurk. Hello, Viper. Welcome in. And Squid, thank you so much for the check-in. All right, I think I caught everything up. I think I'm looking. I think we're good. Everything's great. Everything's fantastic. Hello. Thank you for the wings, Viper. Here, I will swap them out for you. Because this is what we're supposed to have on this screen. We have the big pretty ones. We got the big pretty ones. Hello, Sino. Welcome in. It has been a while. I hope you have been well. I hope you had a great holiday and Happy New Year. These are too big for the other screen, so we have no choice but to use the little ones for the other screen. So these can only come out when I'm on this screen. I meant to turn them on and I forgot. Thank you for the check-ins, Sino. I appreciate it, guys. I totally forgot to fix... I forgot to fix it yesterday. I got so caught up in stuff and then I got off stream and I totally forgot. What's up? What's the Monster Hunter question? Perhaps I can answer it. Perhaps I cannot. My eye is acting up today, guys. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. Today we were out, Doc and I were going grocery shopping and my eye was so freaking itchy. Now it's like on the verge of tearing because it feels like it. It's awful. We're gonna hunt monsters with one eye today. One eye today. I said one eye today. What? One eye today. But yeah. Welcome in, everybody, guys. I'm like trying to just get myself going. It's been... I don't know what happened. I didn't, I guess, sleep all that well. And... oh, that is a Doc question. I know Doc was hanging out. I'm pretty sure he's still hanging out. All right. Yeah, all the winks. Doc! There he is. Could you please answer bro's problem question for me? It is not a problem, it is a question. But you do more of the monster hunting things than I do, so. I just play Sword and Shield, and I've only played World and Rise, so I could not help. All right, Doc wanted me to set up a thing. Guys, I totally forgot we were in Sunbreak, and I was like, where am I? What am I doing? You guys can't see any of this, it's fine. I'm just trying to set up my online stuff. Oh, because I was stupid and I went to the wrong thing. God damn it. I know, I get it. I'm being flown at by Mr. Beakers. Also, friends, today we are only live on Twitch to avoid any issues with ISPs or OBS, because last week we had an issue with OBS deciding to just crash and like lose its shit, which I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. And yesterday my ISP decided to just die on me while I was playing Dragon Age. So today we decided we're going to try to help our whatevers by just not streaming over onto YouTube as well. We're just on Twitch, but the VOD to this will be uploaded onto YouTube, and as you guys know, all VODs are saved to Twitch as well right after stream, so if you miss something, it's there, I promise. World would be better as easier, close to stock. If you want something insanely flashy, fun, the Red is great. See, this is why I can't help answer questions about stuff, because I'm like, I play Swords and Shields and I play dual weapons, and that's it. There is no in between. Create a lobby. Passcode. Create. Look, guys, today I created a code. Today I created a code that wasn't on screen. I'm so proud of myself. Also, to answer your question, bro, I am Monster Hunter rank 2. So it's not like I'm super far. I'm not very far into Sunbreak. I'm only like in the, what, first quest? No, second section of quests, something like that. Yeah, I'm not very far. I've only been doing this for a little bit. Master, yeah. I know I'm mastering too, but the question was how far am I in Sunbreak? And I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for that. Also, I want you all to know that I am loving Dragon Age Inquisition, and I really want to play it today, but I really want to finish Sunbreak. And according to Doc, I'll probably finish like at the end of February. But at the same time, he was also wrong about me with World. So, you know. Yeah. Yep. I knew Master Rank. Because pretty much once you get to Sunbreak, it's all Master Rank. I'm not very far in Sunbreak, if that's the question. Hi guys, I'm waking up. I took a nap and I conked out so hard. Like, so hard. I woke up for my half hour and then I rolled over and went back to bed. And yeah. I have coffee with me now, so hopefully wake me up because I need it. And I may regret it later on. Oh fuck. No, I don't know. Okay, never mind. Ha ha ha, I know this game. But friends, how are we? That is the question I've been asking. I want to know how you are. You guys know I'm a shit show. But how are you? Are you being productive this weekend? Are you being chill? Are you using this time to rest and relax and recharge? Are you working? If you're working, why does your job hate you? Oh my god, my skin's so dry. So fun fact, friends, I had my it's kind of TMI if you don't like feet, but I had a toenail that was on the long side and I cut my leg with it yesterday because we were in bed getting ready to, well, trying to sleep, and my body decided it wanted to be extremely itchy. So I used my big toe to like scratch my leg and I ended up slicing my leg. So yay, fun times. Love that for me. Thank you for the check-in, Coffee. Coffee, one day I'll have it fixed, I promise. Maybe in March for the new outfit debut. Yeah. See, I already have like really dry skin, so it's not super hard to like cut my body with my fingernails, even when they're not long. Like I've sliced hands and stuff with fingernails and so forth, just because my skin's dry. And 'tis the season with bad weather, but like I was so freaking itchy last night. It was disgusting. Like that's when, like, you know, hair on your face makes you itchy. Like it's one of those like everything on you makes you itchy sort of days. Like it was rough. Bath and Body Works, the 24-hour stuff. Okay, I could probably use it. My biggest thing is sometimes it comes down to the scents, and it's not that I'm allergic to the scents. Sometimes they're just so strong they bother me. But I will have to look. 24-hour stuff. I stole Doc's Vaseline Soothing Hydration. So, and then I have stuff by my bed that I've been using, but that's like for eczema. But at this point, my skin's too dry to have eczema. It just needs all the fucking lotion because it's peeling. Other words, don't be me, guys. Don't be me. Be better. Be better. Treat yourself nicely. Do good things for yourselves, you know? Odd ones. Sleep. I loved the Sleep Lavender. I used to use the Sleep one, oh god, when I was like in middle school maybe? When they first like came out with it, I think, which has been forever and a day ago at this point. The funniest thing with like the lavenders and the sleeps, where I would put it on my body and then it would kind of like rub off on my pillow and it would smell. You could smell the lavender and stuff even when I wasn't wearing it, which is kind of nice. Oh yeah, I tend to buy all of my stuff during their buy three get threes during Black Friday. Ugh. I just gotta get better with putting lotion on myself. I gotta self-care, guys. Again, don't be me. Do as I say and not as I do, and self-care, because that is super important. Otherwise, you end up with as me, who's an itchy, dry person. Ugh. Don't scratch myself. Don't do it. Don't do it. Guys, don't do it. Don't be me. This, and that. All right. With that, though, Doc, the thing is up. I have to go add myself to the Discord call. Boop. All right. Ooh, what's the new rabbit hole? Guys, what is up with Mr. Beakers over here? Oh yeah, this is a lot of fun. This is also really fun to say. Like, it's just a lot of, it's just really fun to say. And I think everyone should say it. All the time. Constantly. Doc and I are in a call together, but why doesn't he appear?
I don't know. You're muted.
Well, that I knew. I'm just trying to have it. There we go. Have you reload. All right. Boop. There you are. You'll get there. I believe in you. If you need help with stuff, let me know. Like ideas or how to set something up. I'm not completely great at stuff, as my one redeem is broken, but I can help you in other ways. Also, if you want, like, guys, if anyone ever needs like a checklist or like a planning list or something, I am so good at those. Please let me know if you want something, even if you don't use everything on there. Elizabeth is just throwing stuff at me. Elizabeth, you have an octopus on your head. I don't want to warn you or scare you, but there is an octopus on, or is that a snail?
It is a monk snail.
Okay, it's gross. It looks like an octopus. All right. But yeah, Kai, and chat, and chat. If you guys ever need like a list or something, let me know. I'll make stuff for you. I like doing it. It's fun. I am weird. I know. I get it. It's fine. Ugh. I gotta make one for March. All right. Let's see. We're just gonna dive in. What are follower? Oh, follower collab quest. Right. We did this last week. Monster rank 2. I gotta fight 2 of these guys. Toby Kadachi. He's always fun. Lizard dude. He's horrible. I don't want to hunt monsters like that. Or a Rathian. Nope, that Rathian is not part of the quest. Can't do that one. Alright. Let's start with a Toby Kadashi to wake me up.
Which kind? The electric or the poison?
Oh, now you're asking me questions? The one in the jungle. Let's see.
Okay, regular electric. All right.
How would one know if it was electric or... Oh, this way maybe?
Well, it'll
No.
usually tell you, but it's also blue for electric, orange, reddish for poison.
That's stupid. The colors are weird. I would think blue would be for poison, and then orange would be for like electric.
Nope.
Dumb. Hate it here. Alright. I gotta go eat food.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't think I have gear for electric. No. Health points or the usual.
Easy way to handle that, don't get hit.
Yeah. Sure. Let me double check. Oop.
Hey, good to see ya.
Oh. Armor, forge. Oh, well, I do have chainmail belt on. That's thunder resistance. I'm not totally unprepared. Oh, I can craft this shit. I don't have the money to craft all of it, but I can.
I'm gonna exit standby for a second.
That's fine. Alright, I'll do this. Cool, 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 cool. Now I gotta upgrade it. Because it's weak. Oh, I'm out of money! Back!
Poison damage and water damage are pretty good for this.
Water and poison. I don't have either of that. Okay.
Yep.
Alright, it's fine.
Hey, standing by. Almost done.
I'm just gonna hide behind you. It's fine. It's great. It's called the carry, and we're here for it. We accept it.
I mean, you're gonna slowly catch up to where I am, and I'm not gonna be able to carry. You're gonna have to actually fight.
Nope. And I'll just still hide. It's fine. I've had my plans. Okay. Boop. This is a new area. How fancy.
Oh, have you never been here yet?
Nope. Well, no, I've only unlocked 4, 7, 11, and 5. So I've only partially been here. Oh, fuck me.
Go! Yoink!
What?
I got off my mount because I pushed the wrong button. I want this one, and I want this guy, and I want one of these, and I want some of those.
Sweet!
Hi, little lizard.
There it is!
Ah. Alright. Oh, I'm not putting shield, I forgot.
That's why I chose you.
Oops. Oh god. There we go. Come on. Stop screaming! I can't. Ow!
Body check.
That was a something. Ow. Or Buttercup. Come on. Come on.
Oh,
Took half my health out with one hit of the tail. Ah, goody, 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 goody. Love that for me.
Now I'm really angry.
Go, get mount. Okay.
Weapon's getting dull.
Alright, sprint. I said sprint. There we go. Alright.
Watch your health there.
I know, I already am working on it. So we were talking lightning. I went lightning, but he was poison, wasn't he?
Yeah, poison is the damage. You're actually gonna do less. He's resistant to lightning. He is lightning.
Cool. I love that for me.
You ain't getting away.
I'm gonna just.
Run.
Okay. Don't forget to take the pieces that fell.
Yes.
Sweet. Sweet.
Yeah, go after the boar. That totally wasn't what I wanted. Oh god. Are you writing? No.
Nah, he's gonna do stupid shit.
That's fine. I was chasing after him and I realized he hugged the wall and I was like, oh, I wonder if you just rode him into the wall. Okay, can I make a potion? Oh.
Ow.
Don't do whatever it was that you did. Yeah, Buttercup, bark at him. Alright. Alright.
Bring in the pain.
Oh. I'm definitely getting into a better groove with the sword, not the sword and shield, the dual weapons. Took me a hot second, but I got there. Alright. There was a broken part, wasn't there? No? Okay. We seal the Buttercup.
Time for some
Do it all.
What's this?
Alright. This. Take that. Get off, Buttercup! Oh, was that you or him? With that bright light. monster in front of them. Why isn't this working? Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
hey, Bishy.
I was like, what the hell? Oh, right. Okay. Oh, that's not fair. Bashang just tripped me and I took damage. Son of a bitch. Look, when you guys do get out, I'm just gonna come over here and heal myself. Oh, here we go.
Stay down. Nice work. Let me take control. You're the best, buddy.
I'm gonna just gather parts. Tommy! Aw, I missed the tummy. There we go. Tommy!
Sweet mountain.
Okay, there we go.
Ow.
Was that you with the horn?
No, that's my little cat.
They look too big to be the Palico. That's why I was like, what was that? Don't perceive me while I'm down, okay? Cool, thanks. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
You ain't getting away.
Look at all the shinies I knocked loose.
Yeah, there was a lot of them. Some of them I collected while you guys were fighting. You and the Bashang, because it was just faster for me than to try to catch you guys.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not gonna waste this opportunity. I'm gonna take this though.
Hi, Angie.
If you want, Mr. Anjanath, you could come this way and fight the other buddy. I don't know where he went. Oh, he's over here.
Sweet.
All right. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted, but okay.
Yoink. Sweet.
When I want to leap off Buttercup, I can't. And when I don't want to, I do. That's great. Thanks.
This is the end.
Ooh. Come on. I'm gonna just...
Ow.
I saw that. He just threw you across. Come on. Oh, shit. Thank you for the help, Patty's Cressida. I thought I fell into a hole. It was just grass.
Don't go running.
We've almost got it. Stop begging for mercy.
Anjaneth, if you just want to eat them, you know, we're not going to say no. I took a picture, apparently. That's great.
Are we gonna capture it or you want to kill it?
You can kill it.
Are you coming over here?
I was trying to, but I went the wrong way, apparently, because that's what I do.
Hi, Angie.
I apparently made a wrong turn. There we go. Hi, Anjaneth. Okay, now I'm here. Where did you go?
It's okay. Wake it up.
I am. I'm not gonna let go sleepies.
I'm bringing a surprise.
Are you bringing my Angie?
Yes.
I love my Angie. I feel like I'm gonna get stepped on at some point here. What's this? Oh, this is a scale from the... Okay. Don't push them into me!
Nice work.
Yay!
See you soon.
Good job, Anjaneth.
He's like, I try.
Personal.
And then we're gonna try to carve, and he's just gonna, you know, come and eat us both. And... Okay.
Oh, there's a Vespoid body in here.
I saw it for like 2 seconds, and then I lost it. Shit. Or maybe I carved it. Okay.
Oh, let's see.
All right. this one. Come on. There we go. Boop. Boo, boo, boo. Okay. That's one. And then the next one
Take a
is...
look at the quest list.
We'll do the Bassaros.
Best of luck.
Boop.
Oh.
Nice outfit vouchers.
Time to go.
All right. Now, what kind of beastie is this guy?
That's what I'm looking.
I'm itching to get started.
Saros. Dragon type does well against him. Piercing and bludgeoning. Sleep.
Bring on the hard stuff. Ain't nothing I can't forge. See, my
Sleep
grandpa
and
was the main
water
guy
and
who did
blast.
the smithing stuff for so long.
So he's good against a lot of stuff, or that stuff he's...
Oh no, that's what we use against him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The thing, yeah, he has no resistances, just weaknesses. So
So he's weak against water.
Let's get you fixed up then, shall we?
Ice, poison, thunder. You said water was something he was weak against. All right. Oh, I don't have the stuff for that. I'm short by 2.
I have
Damn it.
wanted to be a blacksmith ever since I was little. Guess you could say I'm something of an expert at this point. Don't worry about your gear. I grip this here hammer with confidence.
Can I make this one? No, because I don't have the money. I can make this one though. Alright. Nope, can't make it. I don't know why though. I have the funds for it. Oh, I don't have the original weapon. Oh, fuck. Okay. Slightly problematic. Um... Cool, 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 cool.
I'll be here when you need me. Ready when you are.
oh, I forgot to take on another thingy. Oh well.
Easy.
we're going after the one by 8. Okay. Okay.
There you are. Hi, Lucky Life. Yoink.
Mellow red berries. Eee! Oh, damn it. I was looking at you when I went the wrong way.
I mean, I'm going the right way, so
Yeah.
I don't...
Yeah, but I was looking at your arrow, so I was getting myself confused. Because I thought I was going the right way, and I wasn't.
Oh.
Okay. It's fine. I'm not too far behind you. Anjanath, what are you doing here? We just saw you, buddy. Oh, I went in the cave, and I don't think I should have done that. God damn it. Do, 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 do. Alright. And then... Eh.
What? How did you hit me? That was a weird hitbox.
You fucker, are you kidding? Climb the god. There we go. Alright.
Yeah.
There we go. Finally. Huh! Don't walk to where they're... Ow. I love that for me. Joins fight, gets eaten by rocks. That's befitting. Okay.
Watch out.
Oh yeah, he does his like fart thing. Right. Now is this tail cut offable? You little
I don't think so.
fuckers. Okay. Don't stand. Yeah, Anjanath, fight him! Eat him! Take his head off! Don't hit me! We're on the same side, Angie! Stop it! Okay, I'm not gonna by your feet. Not gonna by your feet.
And take over Anjanath.
I'm gonna get some hits in before I run. Oh, I'm running. Don't hit me. You guys hit me. This one. Don't push him to me! Ah!
What was that glitch shit?
What the fuck?
Is he leaving? He's leaving. Okay.
I'm attached to him. I would have there. Never not. Okay.
That was kind of funny though. I watched the line just extend as he was running away.
Yeah, because he was still attached to me, sort of. Okay, I need to fix my weapon.
This needs some polish.
All right. Whee! Hit the wall. Come on, get him. Oh, I was so close. I'm inside him. There we go. dun. Dun, dun, dun. Hi, your face is kind of unable to be cracked.
Watch the poison.
I tried, but he hit me because I was in mid-attack. Alright, it's fine. I've got like 1,000,001 antidotes. Oh, don't walk into the fire. Ugh, stop it. Jesus.
You bitch. You cheated your way out of my ability.
He's like, I do that. That's what makes me awesome. Whoa! Whoa!
Perks of the job.
I deserve that. 100%.
Oh god.
Did he land on you?
Almost. I dodged out of it at the last second.
He just wanted to give a hug.
That was awesome.
I almost got flown into some shit. Buttercup, baby. Watch yourself, boy. Look, roly-poly, stop, okay? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Nope, 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 nope. Fuck. I couldn't get out of the way fast enough with him. Okay. He hits pretty hard. I won't deny it.
Yes.
You ain't getting away.
Is he like leaving? Yeah, okay.
Go. This should fix it.
Okay.
And quick way out. Wing.
Alright, I'm gonna grab the wire bug. Okay. Ooh, take these. Thank you very much. There's a broken part down here. I'm gonna just come for you. Thanks, Kay. Alright.
Oh.
Okay. I can't see! All I see is his tummy! There we go. Oh shit. Oh, I was just out of the range. Perfect. Oh, you mother freaker. Just as I was doing demon mode, you catch me on fire. You're a jerk. Move, 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 move. Oh shit. Move! No, that's not what I wanted. No. Okay. Hi, Coffee. Thank you for my hood. Add my blankie, thank you. Ugh.
Aw, I thought I was behind it.
I was like, that looked right into your face. Alright. Ah. He just punched me in mine. Alright, let me go this way. Okay, I don't think dual weapon is really good for him. Just saying. I'm not loving it. Ow, my body!
The problem with this guy is his armor is like so high, it's
yeah.
a pain.
Look, he's backing up into you. He just wants to give you that booty.
Are you running again?
He is. Well, then I'm gonna come over here and heal myself.
Okay.
Now's my chance.
Okay. Take this. Oh, I'll grab this too. And then Anjanath material. Oh, you we were just talking armor, so I finally dismount Buttercup and hit his stupid armor. Oh, nice. Could you please send me that recipe, please? I'm always looking for alternatives. My recipe doesn't usually call for milk, so it's never too much of an issue, but I always like having alternates. Oh no, you said almond flour. Either way, can I please have a recipe, please? If you're so willing to share.
Oh no. No, I got put to sleep. No! Help! I'm gonna die! Oh, he went after waves. That's better.
Yeah, we're good. We're fine. I was running towards you to try to wake you up, but I realized I was being chased. And I was like, never mind. I take the... Oh, God, I'm gonna die. He's rolling on me. Oh, God, I'm pinned. Help! Help! Help!
You're in deep trouble.
Okay. You know, I feel like this fight not going well for us.
It's doing just fine.
Thank you, Kai. Kai just gave us a recipe. You won't eat... No, they're chocolate chip cookies, but they use almond flour. We're gonna have to try them. They sound yummy. You know what? That's valid, and I could totally go for like some healthy options. Because I need to try to get myself, like, you know, to want to function. Could you not throw mud on me? No, okay. Alright, well, while you guys duke it out, I'm gonna come over here and just steal some stuff.
Oh, hey, Anjanath!
Can I steal the Anjanath? Angie, can I ride you? Angie! Let me ride you! Angie said no. Angie, I want to ride you! Love me! Don't eat me. There we go. No, you took him! Oh no, it's the other buddy. And Janeth is still up and got him. All right, I'm gonna just hide over here. I'm dying. Ah! Ah! Okay. Ah! Doc sat on me! And not in the kinky way! Oh god. Oh god. Stop it. Anjaneth, get him, but don't get Doc, okay? I mean, like, get the beastie that we're fighting. Whoa, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna come over here. This is good. Somehow I didn't catch fire from that attack, and I don't necessarily know how. Maybe because it was going after Anjanath and I was attacking Anjanath, so therefore I wasn't really a part of it. I do have cornstarch actually, and I have baking soda, so either way, I'm golden. Doc might eat almonds. I don't remember.
Ow.
Well, don't do that.
Weapon's getting tall.
Are you trying to fireball my face where I'm trying to sharpen my weapon to kill you? That's just rude. Ah! I landed on my head. That's great. Stop rolling after me. I'm trying to heal myself.
Bring it on. Thank you.
I'm still really mad that my one attack's not working. I don't know why. It worked last week.
Which attack?
My, like, spinny of the cables attack.
Did you switch your switch skill ability?
I'll try that. Yeah, no, it's not working. That's so weird. Come on. Ooh, I've never made pretzels before. That sounds like a fun challenge.
Be careful.
Yeah, I was never good enough to be a baker. The thing, oh fuck. The thing was a lot of other baking stuff that, like, in the department stores and grocery stores that I worked in. Come on. We could, sweet.
I'm like, enough of this shit. I'm
No,
capturing it.
that's fine. I get that. The only way you could be a baker is if you knew how to decorate cakes, like to write on them, and no. So I could never do it. I could put them in the bakery case after they had closed,
One step closer.
because God forbid we tell a customer, no, the department is closed. You should have come before, 9 p.m. for a birthday cake for today, But I wasn't allowed to like do anything with it. All right. Take all.
Oh, wow, Basarios, man. Palladium. Alright, I'll take that.
All right.
Virtual.
Toggle. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. I put lotion on. Now I can open my Blistex. Fuck. Alright. There you are, Waves. We have an urgent message from Bahari. After wading through what realms of irrelevant rival, I've worked out that he's part of the Gargolome. He's found the Gargolome and is now in pursuit. It's attacking nearby settlements, so we must act fast. The crucial question is, why have these monsters suddenly begun to expand into new territory? Our success on the mission may bring us closer to that answer. I'll once again be accompanying you. As a Knight of the Order, I won't have you going after one of the three lords alone. She should have the urgent request registered. Make your preparations and let's depart immediately. Okay. Ooh, one report can be... Okay. I have a quest that I can turn in. I just don't know which one. Oh, maybe this guy.
There's our hero.
That sounds awesome. Oh, I can now enhance the Howitzer.
Change our minds, did we?
I don't know what weapon that is, but I can upgrade it, so that's cool.
Gun lance.
Oh, well.
It's a very fun weapon. I used it for a long time.
How are things? Ooh, I'm itching to get started.
Where are you? You sneaky
just
son of
get
a gun. Garen Golem.
Yeah, I'm
Here
not
we
good at
go.
decorating. I like baking, but don't ask me to like frost or stuff because I can do it. I've tried like piking and stuff or piping and everything. I'm just not all that great at it. I'm really not all that great at it. But you know, everything's made with love, so it still tastes delicious. It just doesn't look that pretty.
Blast and Thunder Blight.
Okay.
So long.
So there you go. Blast and Thunder Blight.
Blast.
Yeah, with bludgeoning being their best.
But my stuff doesn't do that.
I mean, you could probably get Thunder Blades.
Alright, let's make it happen.
Usurper's Fulgur. That's Thunder. Okay. Forge. I have the money for that. Equip. Now let's see if I can upgrade it.
Ooh, I'm itching to get started.
No, I cannot upgrade it.
Womp womp.
Yeah. So I have it. It does Thunder. It's just not rarity 5. It's only rarity 3. Because I don't have the money or the pieces. I have to go after Zinogre. Get a horn, the electro fur, and the plate.
I get that.
Something of an expert at this point.
Well,
Don't worry about your gear. I grip this here hammer with confidence.
well. All right. Let's see.
Let's get you fixed up then. shall we?
Can all right. Well, I guess we're just gonna make do with what we got.
I have faith that you will fulfill your duty.
Alas, it's time to face one of the three lords. Oh, Waves, how brave are you to face Gargolm? Gargolm, are you not scared? Our knights have been struggling against this massive bulk and powerful attacks. Be careful, won't you? Fiora will join you in the Citadel once you're ready. I wish you luck and wait for your victorious return.
There's a special
Sometimes I just want to bake. You know, baking is fun. We just don't have a lot of space for it. He looks like an angry boy.
Oh, he is. Absolutely.
And is that like his fangs or like acid dripping out of his mouth?
I think it's just his fangs.
Okay, good. Okay, my doggy. Let me go eat, because I'm definitely going to go eat. Canteen. Let's make a special thing. Eat a meal. Oh, money maker. I need that one. Alright. We'll do defending. Health recovery. Thunder resistant. No, what does he use to attack us with?
Oh, I don't remember what you need, but
Well, I was thinking like for Dongo, like if there's a resistance that I could boost myself with, I'll boost myself with it.
yeah.
I just don't know what he's.
I
gonna hit
mean,
me with.
as long as you're using Dango Defender, you should also probably take the one that's Moxie.
Moxie.
Yeah.
Alright, wealthy. Hurler.
I just saw it. It's like purple.
Dango weakener. Anaphylactic. Manga crisp. Oh, Dango Moxie. Prevents fainting 1 time when damage exceeds your remaining health. Okay.
That's always fun.
And then increase my recoverable damage when taking damage. Performing a switch skill recovers health. Fuck yeah. Alright, we're gonna order.
Well, that's a switch skill swap. Do you remember how to do that?
That's the button thingy, right? Like I switch between the 2 skill sets?
Yes.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay. As long as you remember how to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
I love those little guys.
I just wish my Dongo smiled at me. My poor little bunny rabbits look so sad as I get to eat them. You know, they're just like, why us? Why us? Alright, you're good to go. So let's depart.
Mm-hmm.
Do.
Ages have passed, reducing this land to an indistinct ruin. Whether this ruin benefits the hunter, or whether it benefits the prey, remains to be seen. A pure creature, lingering to its heart's content. It looks docile and innocent at first glance. But if it's disturbed from its peaceful desires, pure anger becomes pure strength.
He's like a monkey with armor.
As its power grows,
Yep.
so does its ire. Getting in its way is
The
risky.
Sunbreak is so, while Rise was a monsters of like the yokai, Sunbreak is our monsters from the west. So you have King Kong, you have a werewolf, and you have a vampire.
Yeah, someone in chat was telling me about that the other week. Someone on YouTube, I think. I was getting all the lore details.
This'll be easy.
Alright.
I'm proud to join you on your quest.
Oh, it's like, where the hell's the chest?
This is the first time I'm gonna drink my pre-potions. Armor skin up. And demon drug up.
I don't have those, so I'm just gonna gather stuff over here.
You should start making them if you're gonna need them.
One of the three lords. This is sure to be a royal pain.
Oh, I forgot that those things are here.
They're just peacocks. Sort of.
I mean,
Sort of. Alright, I'm gonna gather stuff to make potions. Because I need them. Alright, the question mark is where I'm going. Dee 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 dee. No. This one. This one. This one. Oh, fuck me. Go back
What'd you
down
do?
here. I made a wrong turn. I need to go this way.
Sweet!
I have an awful feeling about this. That Garangon must be close.
Yoink!
Can we do it? I hit him! I'm so proud of myself.
How did it act this way?
Oh! Oh shit.
damn, that's got a big hitbox.
Oh god. I am going to die if I'm not careful.
I mean, that is what he does.
Okay. Hide. Yep. We're fighting the first of the three lords. Oh god. The fact that he body slams me sucks.
Oh boy.
I really thought that hit me. I was shocked that it didn't. Okay. Oh, shit.
Are you suffering from some sort of ailment?
By the way, you want to try to break his fists.
Okay. I mean, he keep breaking my face. Holy shit! Don't run after me. Don't run after me. Don't run after me. I'm trying to heal myself. Leave me alone. I'm fine. I'm not fine anymore. Holy crap. Oh, Jesus.
Be brave! It's not over yet!
Oh, that's bullshit.
All right, I'm back. Break his fists. Oh, crap. So he has an attack where he shoots himself in the air with his fists. Good to know.
There's no telling what a monster of that size is capable of. By hunting it, maybe we can learn more about the kingdom monsters.
Oh my god. He's this way.
Now's my chance. You're in deep trouble.
Come on. Come on. Alright. Girl, you cannot fucking go down. Like, I don't know if you understand this, but you can't go down. Oh, I didn't want to hit that. Hi, Mayhap! Sure, it's the wrong emote.
Monster.
Sure.
This way. Rally here.
Who set up the trap?
He did. That's why she's yelling.
I don't trust it. I feel like I'm gonna die. Oh no, they're eating me alive. But hello, cats.
There's the arm broken.
Okay. So what, the green plating comes off of it?
Well, the red plating did.
Oh, okay.
Notice his hand looks different.
Please handle things here, okay?
Ah! I tried to dodge and I failed. Come on, girl. Come on, Vitality, you can do it. Come back to me. There we go.
For the delay. I had my hands full.
Did she bring a BC back with? Oh, hell yeah. This is why she is wife. This is why she is wife.
Unimaginable fury. Who could have seen this coming?
I mean, I kind of saw this coming. He's a great lord for a reason. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just a baby at this game.
You've done me proud. Wow, that was perfect.
Yeah, he's kind of cute. In a he's armored and wants me dead sort of way. Yeah, the twins are awesome.
He's got both his arms up now.
I'm trying! I missed him by a little hair. Oh my god. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. All right. Stand here a moment. Regain my stuff. Thank you. Outside of the rampages, though, I don't think I fought with the twins yet. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Flattery gets you everywhere. Thank you. Yeah, you.
Bahari is hiding and observing us. Ever the researcher, isn't he?
Alright, I want...
Get some parts.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch over here.
Some polish. Sweet.
Alright, I gotta...
Proud of your polishing skills.
This one. This one. Oh, that's just a glowy light. That's not an item I can take. Bum, bum, bum. Ooh. Honey. Honey means mega potions. I need mega potions. Yeah, I don't think I've gotten them yet. I've only gotten the Royal Knight, which is fine. She's pretty cool. I like her.
An excellent find.
Thorny toads are bloodthirsty for monster blood. Okay.
I better take care of yourself.
Any thorny toads with their latched on will give the monster a little surprise. Is someone using a thorny toad? Because I don't see them. I don't know what he's talking about.
There's his arms. Goodbye.
Oh, he kicked me with his foot.
Royal pain, but courtesy of a royal knight.
Yay, I got my attack to go off. About fucking time.
This is what being a royal knight is all about.
Oh.
So much to invest in. Let's hurry up and finish.
He's probably not even half dead yet.
We must pursue our enemy. In the way.
Like, I love you, lady, but I don't think we're fighting the same fight here. This one. This one. This one. This one. And then, oop.
No more bouncing for me.
Nice! Well, that's awesome. I love mine, honestly. And I'm gonna play Wilds on it, which is gonna be great. And I'm trying
Oh,
to get
baby.
I'm trying to get more games for it. Valid.
I'd be proud to be. Very kind.
Okay. Which is also super valid. See, I wanted it because I really wanted to play Rebirth when it came out last year. So, a friend of mine was able to get me like a really good deal and everything, and we set it up.
Now's my chance.
I pushed the wrong button. But like, I didn't have a whole lot for it. But I'm gonna get Wilds. I'm gonna get
My victory is as certain as your defeat.
there were a couple games I was gonna play on it, and now I can't remember what it was. Because I made a list of stuff. The big thing is it'll save my computer, because my computer is fine. Like, she is a good girl. She was upgraded. Most of the parts were upgraded in the last year. She's not old, but streaming takes a lot out of her, so it's always good to give her a break and stream like off my computer, but using the 5. Ride. Oh, you beat me to it. Ride that bitch. Yeah, see, that's what Doc did too. Doc spent money to like fully upgrade his PC. So he's good for the next, 7 to 10 years. I would have to upgrade my graphics card and my CPU. And that's expensive, and I don't really have that kind of money. So if a game can come out on the 5, I'll stream it on the 5. Not a big deal. Plus it puts my 5 to use. Oh, wrong button. No, that is the right button. There we go.
Nice, nice.
Stop going for the fruit. Oh, hell yeah. That was faster than I anticipated, honestly.
Exemplary job. Today was time well
I mean, we had 2 mounts to attack it.
Still, that went by faster than I thought. Oh, I gotta carve him.
Perks of the job.
And actually, I think it was 3 mounts because I think Furain even went in.
Yeah, Furain got the first one.
Mine now.
And materials.
Alright.
I'm trying really hard to stay awake.
Yeah, because I have a capture card for my Switch, and then I have an Elgato that I had for the Switch originally, but it was honestly too powerful and it was breaking stuff. So I got like a cheaper one, and that one works well for the 5, though not great, and for my Switch. And it plays nice too. I don't have to have like a bunch of headsets and shit. Like, it's an investment, but I use them both constantly, so it's worth the investment at that point. We got this 4070 Super. Oh, nice. Doc just got an AMD graphics card, and I see he might have the Ryzen 9.
Yeah, 7900 XT.
It may not be
There you
much,
go.
but at least we have some clues to go.
No, I have a Ryzen 5.
Oh, Ryzen 5. It was Ryzen something.
We need to know the extent of its territory. Other monsters might be
Well,
affected.
because I didn't need the extra cores, in my opinion, at least right away. So, save a couple $100.
Girl, you should have got hit by the tree. That would have been on brand for you.
I will almost certainly at some point.
Hunter!
So the lady on
What on earth?
We'll
short-
almost certainly upgrade the CPU again to like a 9800 X3D at some point, but that's way down the road.
That's in 7 to 10 years. The lady with the purple hair is me. The lady with the short hair is my wife.
Maybe 5, but yeah.
This is you. 7 to 10. NVIDIA GT 730, if I recall. It's enough to run OBS and VC Face and some light game. Oh, got it. Okay. I don't know computers, but I mean...
That's true, I'm a cheapskate.
Protects the wearer from the harshest environments. I got a survey cape. Sure, cool. I'll take it. Yeah. Sometimes you get really lucky with Best Buy.
Yo, Kai,
Not all the time.
Newegg has been sadly like way too expensive lately. Not only that, but the Best Buy near us will price match any online retailer. So even if Newegg has it,
There we go.
I can go pick up anything there for the same price as long as they have it.
Fiora waves, good work. Oh, wrong button. Fuck. Hey, you two, you kicked some serious Maximus out there. Okay. But you know, according to my
I mean,
calculations,
Kat, if all your machine is doing
should
is
have been
just
4
doing your
seconds faster
capture
doubting
card
that thing. What
stuff, and
gives?
you're using a separate machine or a console to stream, yeah.
4 seconds is a lot. I've got to figure out the discrepancy. Like, are you sick? Not getting enough shut-eye, Theo? Allow me to formally introduce you,
We
Waves.
do have a micro center.
This irritating man is Bahari, a scientist, as you know. But irritating as he is when it comes to monster research, he's the top of his field. He's also behind the construction of the great many Elgato's facilities. So you see, his competence has earned him the positive of chief researcher. As a result, I can't get away from the man and spend far too much time letting him get on my nerves. Look at her dancing around the question. Come on, Theo, I'm 4 seconds out. You sure you're getting enough? Before Elgato was an outpost, Bahari was researching Malzeno's connection with the creators and Kingdom monsters. He's always been indispensable and always will be. So as annoying as he is, you will get along. Whoa, I don't know who's harsher, Admiral, you or Theo. Alright, fine. We'll get to the bottom of those 4 seconds some other time. But first, I gotta get to the bottom of this Bishotten business. I'm gonna analyze some samples of that Gargogol. Maybe they'll shed some light. I could use some help investigating these Kingdom monsters. My lab's right next to the tea shop. Swing by if you're interested. You know you're always welcome to, Theo. In your dreams. You know what that means, Kai? Road trip! Hanging out with Waze and Doc! In your dreams. Never change, Theo. Well, guess it's just you and me for now, Waves. Looking forward to working with you. DC start OBS and DVC feed. Valid. But see, that's not uncommon to do, like when I stream stuff from the 5, or like tomorrow I'll be doing Xenoblade off the Switch. My computer is strictly just running OBS and VTube Studio. That's it. And it takes such a load off it, and it gives my computer a chance to breathe and exhale, and then I murder it by playing like Dragon Age and Dragon's Dogma and, you know, all that fun stuff. All right. Waves, we've been reporting every detail of your contributions to the capital, and in recognition of your deeds, Her
One day
Majesty
we'll be
has
able to
granted you
afford
this
getting
ticket.
you a second PC just for streaming.
One day. Honestly, that's a goal when I have a bigger space to put it. I'm already out of legroom under my desk. Her Majesty has granted you this ticket. Here, take it. We're forever in your debt. Contribute to the development of Elgato Outpost by completing Master Rank quests with Admiral Gallus and provide you with Elgato tickets. These tickets can be used to upgrade gear. Okay.
It's a knight's duty to get ripped.
White Knight versus New Knight.
Oh man, wish I could hit the gym.
Oh my god, we live in the middle of nowhere and you want to hit the gym? Priorities, man.
Hey, good to see you. I'll be here when you need me.
Okay. Somebody else want to talk to me too. Was it you? Nope, you didn't want to talk to me. You guys want to talk to
What
me.
is that, Baroth? Fire.
Hey, hey.
Fire and Fireblight
Okay then.
and Blast.
Wait. It wants you to take pictures of Gargogolm while you're fighting him for his elementals? Are you kidding? Like, I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
I mean-
Let me stop fighting
I mean,
as he's
yeah.
attacking me.
Don't you take pictures of monsters?
No, I'm too busy running for my life. Okay.
Your spirit shines bright.
He's a bit more close to sleep because it's that's a little cold. I don't know how cold that is in Fahrenheit, but you know, that's anything negative is automatically cold for me. With Bahari back, Elgato appears a bit brighter, don't you think? I really hope his return means that progress can be made to stop this chaos. As for your assignments here, there are now more Master Rank 3 quests available. While that does sound exciting, it means that more dangerous assignments await you to be careful.
Why, hello.
Well, hello. All right, I need to go get a drink. I've been drinking coffee. I need water. If we're gonna start a 3-star, I'm gonna do one that I've done before to kind of get me accustomed to it, and then we could do something new. All right, we're gonna do White Knight on Ice. Right, the Barath. Alright. Guys, I'm gonna step away real quick. I'm gonna go get water, right? Go do the same, go stretch, go do things, be right back. Hang tight.
Ready when you are. I'll be there in a moment. Welcome back. That's way too cold. That's, nope. That's Waves freezes and lives in blankets. Even Buttercup says no, and Buttercup is bundled for the weather. But welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting. I've got water with me now. We are starting to thrive. Oh, right. I took the Barath quest. All right. Pay with points.
Hydrate.
Thank you, Mayhap. Wow. All right.
Time to go.
Boop. I really needed that water. I don't want to say I haven't had any all day, but I haven't had any all day. I had cranberry juice and coffee. Yeah, that's like unfunctioning cold. Please be careful.
Alright, we're fighting the Baroth. Which I believe is the first one in the picture. So that means I need the guy north of 2.
Sweet!
Okay. Give me all the attack ups. I need them. All right. Kind of funny. I heard the strong wind before I even saw the strong wind.
There it is!
Okay. See, I need that confirmation because I don't know my beasties. Like, by pictures and stuff, I don't know my beasties. That tail looks pretty, oh crap!
You're the best, buddy.
Okay. No!
Here it comes!
Wow, so glad I tried to dodge that. Okay.
That was some shit right there.
Believe in yourself!
Where are you? Hey! I put him to sleep. He's sleeping. Now he's not, but he was. Yeah. Well, just be careful. Try to stay warm. Try to stay hydrated. That's the super important part. Try to limit your time outside. I want to get close to you, but...
Oh, damn it, I missed the Mounted Punisher.
Rude. Thank you for the hydrate, Hyde. And Potts check, you got it. Hyde, I didn't die to one of the great lords. I'm now Master Rank 3. I'm catching up to you, Hyde.
Going after it! Someone else!
Alright.
Just won't do!
Yeah, I can't climb that.
No, you
I think I
cannot.
stumble a lot. Okay. I will see what I can do with it. Okay. No, don't. Bitch. What the fuck? Why won't she go over? Go over. There you go. Holy
Oh,
crap.
because that's a flip back wall.
Well, it's stupid.
Yeah, you have to use your wire bug to zip over it instead of letting your body run.
That's the dumbest fucking thing. I hate it.
Damn body check.
Whoa! Hi, nice to see you too. I guess you still hate me? That's cool. Thanks. Whoa! I can't get up! He keeps going down. I wasn't even here! Like I was just getting wow. I'm fearing for my life all of a sudden. I don't know why. Don't perceive me. Holy shit. I am trapped in a corner. Get me out of here. I'm gonna go to this side of the wall. How about that? I have ice on me. Stop following me! I'm not even attacking you, you son of a bitch! I am waiting for Wilds. I'm very excited. I have yet to pre-order it, but that's because of a money thing, not because I don't want to pre-order it thing. I kind of want to see if I could save up and get the deluxe so I get the like outfitty thing, but I might just do the basic.
Or you could ask your wonderful, wonderful boyfriend here to like, hey, it's Valentine's Day. What would I like?
Let's just do dinner. That's so much cheaper.
It's really not.
Ow! My body! The thing too is I can't decide if I want a physical copy or if I want a digital copy.
Yeah, I guess you.
Because
Especially if you're getting the console, yeah.
Leave me alone, you son of a...
Yeah, that's a no.
He keeps trapping me in corners. I'm not even near him, and he leaps towards me and traps me into a corner. He's mean. I don't like him.
Yeah, Barrock does that.
Why is he an asshole? But yeah, I haven't made any decisions yet because I don't know what I want to do. I was staring at it at work the other day, like at the PlayStation site, trying to decide if I wanted it as a digital or as a physical, and if there's any perks to getting the deluxe. There's also special order if you pre-order and import. Yeah. But see, my thing is my world save is on my PC. It's from Steam. So I can't import world.
I mean, you might be able to if it's Capcom to Capcom. I don't know.
Yeah, there's no information on it. So I was like, well, that could change what I do.
You still get the pre-order bonus. It's just you won't get the cat outfit.
Yeah, which isn't a big deal. But again, then I'm trying to decide, like, is it even worth spending, you know, 80 or 90 bucks on a deluxe edition? Like, am I getting anything good out of it? I know I'm not doing, like, premium because I'm not that big of a Monster Hunter fan to spend the $100 and something. But, you know, sometimes the deluxes are good.
I mean, the deluxe and premium, the main difference is that you're prepaying for all the DLC.
Yeah. Fuck my life, man. But I'm on a budget, and that'll take time to come out, so. I wanted the Great Lily, and instead I jumped off the side. So, fuck. I'm so mad. Whoa!
Where did he go?
By me! He just flew over my head! Oh, God!
Oh, there he is.
I don't know why he's so angry and hates me.
I thought I dodged under that.
Oh my god. I don't want to stand where I'm standing. Yeah. I typically would try to buy like all the season passes and everything together, but I don't really have the extra $100 to just spend at this moment. Jesus. So I'd rather spend like, you know, the 60 or whatever, get the base game, play the base game, and then I can save up for the DLCs when they drop. I'm gonna just steal this stuff. I think I need it. I'm a little on the weak side. Oh, I've had a mega potion just laying on the ground. Beautiful. Hi, these rank 3s are kind of tight. Like, real tough. Alright. Oh, fuck, wrong button. Oh, Jesus! I tried to get in the air! I'm stunned. He's gonna kill me. Yep. I was stunned.
Blake tried to get you.
I was so badly stunned. And like, the worst part is because you ran past me as I was still stunned, and I was like, fuck! This is how I die. Alright. No, wrong button. That cleans it. Alright. This. 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 And I have full potions.
No, it just flew to you.
No, it didn't. Oh, yeah, there he is. Hi. You don't perceive me. Oh my god.
Suck it, bitch.
Okay. If someone could ride his back, that would be awesome, and I won't say no. It's a shame I can't just swap weapons without having to, like, build and spend and upgrade the weapon. Because I would like to try a ranged weapon. Holy crap! Oh my god! Alright. Oh, he just wrapped me in his tail. Don't kill me. I don't want to lose this fight. I've never lost these fights. Do you understand me? Oh, fuck. Ah,
Go heal.
I'm trying. He keeps coming after me.
Got his tail.
I saw that.
Fuck
That
you.
was beautiful. All right. Oh, come on. I need you to hit underneath them. There we go. Come on. I definitely am happy he's a lot slower now. But I keep hitting his armor. There we go.
You ain't getting away.
All right, tail time.
Where you going, baby? Alright.
All right. Beautiful. Okay. Alright, there's that. Grab some stuff for some potions. Fix my weapon. Eat a piece of meat. Take a potion super quick. Ah! You know, I was just saying how you got a little slower.
Oh no, now he's in his angry phase again.
I hit the wrong button and I went into crouch mode. And I'm being attacked by hyenas. Fuck off! Don't throw that poison at me! Alright, little dudes, you're in my way.
It's coming for you. Be careful.
And that's it.
Yep.
Can't believe this.
We might have to work on my weapon.
It's also your defense too, obviously.
Oh, fuck.
Are you upgrading your armor?
I'm trying. I'm running out of money and I don't have pieces. So I have to...
So are you using the Argosy and everything, or no?
What's Argosy?
So if you come over to these cats...
Hold on. I'm still loading back. Some of us
Yeah.
aren't high tech like you. Okay, now we're good. Where are you? Where are you?
Over
I'm
here.
here.
The Argosy. Talk to him again. You might have to walk away. There you go. Oh, you've got so many messages built up. It's
Yeah,
just...
yeah. I know that.
So, Meowcenaries, yeah. Meowcenaries and the the Argosy. You should be sending these people away all the time. Because they will bring you back items and gear.
And the Argosy.
Oh my god, and you only have one of them. Oh, we need to find like the low and high rank missions that give you the submarines. You probably skipped them to just speed through the story.
I didn't see a point in doing them.
Well, they get you slots that allow you to send your guys away. So I send my guys away for mite seeds, adamant seeds, and honey, so I never have to worry about those. And they bring back items that I just sell for money. I'm never short of money. You can also do exchange for items. And under rare finds, you'll occasionally find stuff like Lac ore, which you could sell for like money.
So, like, how do I set up the Argosy?
All right, so while you're on that screen,
Mm-hmm.
and you go to trade requests, and then under the item selected,
Oh, I tell them I want honey.
you tell them what item you want,
Okay.
and then you pick the Palico or Palamute to assign to it,
Okay.
and then you can hit like X to do extra special stuff.
Okay.
To set the letter of introduction, that's fine.
Yeah. And then I can just confirm it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when you're sitting on that main screen, you can also occasionally What is it? You can go buddy bargaining, and that you could add a Lagny apple, which gives you free extra space, like time. Oh, do you not? Oh, yeah, because you're not high enough. You haven't done enough of the trades to get buddy bargain. Oh no, there it is.
No, I have buddy bargaining. I
Yeah.
can't do anything because I don't have anything to use with it.
Oh, you don't have any Lagny apples?
No. As far as I know,
Hit Y.
I can't. It's blacked out.
Oh, well then yeah, you have no Lagny apples. Okay.
Hi, Sevi!
This is you're seeing the downside of rushing through the low end stuff.
Look, if nobody walks me through this shit, I don't see the importance of it, and I walk away from it. So, nobody walked me through this shit, I walked away. She has 16 Lagny apples. According to Savvy, I have 16 of them. Maybe because I already sent him out on a mission, I can't do anything with it.
Oh, maybe? I don't know. I've never had an issue. You might have to wait until, like, the next mission, like, we do one more quest. Like, because...
How are things?
Okay.
And then you'll be able to do it.
Big step then, shall we?
Oh, there you go. Also, in your inventory, do you have
I'll put everything Master Hammond taught me to good use.
your
I can swing easy.
armor talon and
See you
pewter
soon.
or armor charm and power charm? In your item pouch. First thing.
I got it. And then I was looking for my what? And my what now?
Armor charm and power charm. No, you do not have them. Yeah.
They're probably in my thingy-mabobber.
If you haven't bought them ever, then you don't have them. You have to buy them once, and then you have to buy them again after you upgrade them.
Oh wait,
But
I don't
those
know.
will also give you flat bonuses to your health and defense, or your attack and defense.
Welcome. Here's what I have to offer.
Where do I buy them?
Should be the main shop.
I can't buy them. I don't have enough money. One's
Okay.
36,000 and one's 24,000. I don't have enough.
Gotcha.
Okay then. See you soon.
Alright, I'm trying to fix my weapon because my weapon's old shanky. I need my level 5 back.
Hey there.
Fuck.
Make it happen.
Realistically, if you stick to, what are they called? The poison or blast weapons, they tend to be a little better.
Poison or blast?
Yeah, if you can afford to upgrade them, that's the problem. Because right now you probably haven't been dedicated to them.
I have been wanting to be a blacksmith ever since I was little. Guess you could say
Hey,
I'm
poison.
an expert at this point. Don't worry about your gear. I grip this here hammer with confidence.
I don't know where blast is. Sleep. Water, fire. Oh, is that blast? Magma Mallow? Blast, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Because those things, instead of just giving like a minor damage boost, like as you hit them very quickly, it builds up either a poison or an explosion.
Hi, villain. Thank you for the check-in. Welcome in. Okay, so I'm just going to work on poison for right now because it looks like I can work on poison.
Yeah.
I can do roguey.
Yeah. That's fine.
Forge.
You got it.
Okay. Sadly, I need to go hunt some stuff to upgrade it. So let's go do that, I guess. I gotta go kill... How do I get a King's Beak?
King's Beak?
Yeah. It says I need a Rathian Spike, which I have, and 2 King's Beak. They look really pretty. They're kind of my style, villain. I'm happy with them, you know? They look pretty.
King's Beak drop from low rank Roggies.
Alright, so let's go kill some roguies then.
Hey, thanks.
Alright.
I could change for all your questing needs.
Actually, it looks like they drop from regular too. But yeah, it's great Rogies.
Is great in their title? Can I just go after a roguie?
No, you have to go for great Rogie. It's a monster.
Cool.
It's a big monster.
Is it a low rank or a high rank?
Low rank, it looks like.
I don't know what the picture is for roguie. Back.
Well, don't do tours. Those are don't do tours.
Okay. Well, I was trying to see if I could. Oh, I guess this would work, wouldn't it?
No, just go do a mission for it. I think they're like level 3.
I already found one.
Oh, there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there you go.
Eat a meal. I feel like it was so much easier for me to get money in the last game. This time I struggle.
You're also spending it a lot.
But like, considering I haven't bought anything up until I got to master, I upgraded a couple pieces and I was broke.
Yeah, shit's expensive.
And I'm like, why? But I need things.
Welcome to the grind.
I hate it. I hate it so much. All right, just click it when you're ready.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see you eating. I thought you were just walking around.
That's fine.
Right.
I mean, this thing should go down in like a few seconds.
Yeah, I'm not super worried. That's why I'm like, we'll do this a couple of times. Get me my King's Beak and whatever the fuck I need to upgrade. Because I need my rank 5s because I went down 1 notch with my duel and it's kicking my ass. I can't handle it. All right. How did you get to the other side of the map?
I used a fast travel for the camp.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Alright, I'll be there in a second. I'm not that far away. Okay. Whee! Alright. Hi, Kulu!
Bring it on!
Okay. Oh, it's on the other side. Ah, got stuck. I made it! Okay. Come on.
Be careful!
I'm not doing a lot of damage because I'm using his weapon against him. Because I was stupid and I equipped it. Alright, I'm gonna... I love how the beast I'm not fighting just whacked me with its wing. Alright, I'm gonna fix my weapon while you guys duke it out.
Nice work.
Okay. Yay!
See you soon. All done. Nothing personal.
There we go.
Then you have to hope you get it.
Yeah. But again, when fights take a couple of minutes, I don't necessarily mind the grind. It's when they take 40 minutes. I don't want to grind them for 2 hours because I don't get anywhere. Okay, this one. I will take that as a no. I don't think I got it.
Well, you'll see what the rewards look like too.
Yeah. Just remind me to change my weapon. I'll go back to the defender for right now.
Yep.
Because as I'm hitting him and I'm seeing poison, I'm like, ah! Right, I made it and I equipped it out of habit.
Yep.
It's like, you're doing 3 and 4 damage. Well, fuck. Alright. What'd I get? Hide, brace, hide, bone, poison sag, hide. Oh, I got 1 King's Beak. I need 1 more.
No good, because I didn't get a King's Peak, so I was like, shit. I hope you got one.
Yeah, I got 1, so I need at least 1 more.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll just change my weapon super quick and then.
Yeah.
Doopity boo 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 boo. Alright.
Sale going on. Hell yeah.
Do I have to keep going to the blacksmith to change my weapon?
No. Once you own the weapon, you do it from your chest to the left of the blacksmith.
Chest. Item. Manage equipment. I knew there was another way to do it, but my mind was blanking.
Yeah, if you do that, you'll end up crafting extra weapons.
I'm an idiot. I probably have like a million of the same shit. Where's my...
No, that's layered equipment. Press
No,
A
this is
when you're
equipment. Change equipment.
Press... No, because you're switching to layered each time. Change equipment.
Yeah. Desperado, head scarf, chainmail,
press A.
braces.
But press A on it.
I was looking to see if I had something.
I'm so confused watching you do this.
I'm looking at the Desperado 1.
Yeah.
It's
so
only
press A.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Press A. And then pick dual blades, and then.
Okay. No, I was looking for these. I didn't realize it was all under Desperado 1. And I was like, where are my other weapons?
It's your slot. It's your slot that you're picking.
Here we go.
That you're gonna replace.
Yeah, that's confusing as fuck. I don't like that. Back away.
Okay.
Okay. And then we go low rank, low rank.
Here's the list of quests.
I forgot where they were. I think it's their 1. Their 1.
Take care.
Okay. Okay. Woo!
Playtime's over.
Oh, dang, I can't give that to you. Can I give this to you? Yes, I can give you those, but I can't give you the stupid ore.
Ooh, I'm itching to get started.
Oh well. Fine.
Oh, apparently I have the King's Beak now. I have both of them that I need. I just need Scales Plus and Hide
Well,
Plus.
that's higher level.
That's
Robbie,
higher ranks,
so-
right? All right, so then let's
Yeah.
do that. I'll cancel this quest.
Well, build your thing. Just don't equip it.
Hey, good to see ya. You got it.
Okay. And then I just need, yeah, 2 of the hides and 2 of the, no, and yeah, 2 of the hides and 1 scale. 1 hide, 1 scale. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So we'll do that.
Let me cancel
For
this.
stopping by.
High rank.
Take a look at the quest list.
I don't want the doubles. Can I just do 1 basic?
There should be a basic one. Next page.
Here we go, Hunter Great.
Best of luck.
Okay, we're good. Ba-da-da-do-do-do-do-do.
Back to work.
I'm sliding in my chair. I gotta adjust.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm shrimping. I can't help it. Okay. All right. Oop, wrong way. This way. Whee! Um. Ooh. I needed those points. I just see you in the air. You go after the wrong little beastie?
No, I purposely went to him with a stink mink to try and draw him over here.
Oh.
He's right here.
I know, I was going for the thingy, but it's too high up.
Sweet.
Oh, you missed him!
There we go. Oh.
Hey, I got
All
this
right,
one
well,
this time.
you better do it right.
I'm always doing it right. I'm really good at writing these things. For a moment, I thought I was attacking the wrong creature, and I was like, wait a minute. No, I'm fine. Hide. Hide. Perfect. Oh, I don't walk into the poison. Okay. Man, I was so close to not taking any damage this fight. It's okay. Oh, God damn it. Okay. Come on, little crocodile duck thing. Eat the rogie. Eat them. But make sure I get the parts out of them. Okay, thanks. Don't come after me. I didn't do it. Why isn't this work? Oh, I know why. Alright, well, you're not the guy I wanted, but you're the guy in front of me, so you're the guy I attack. Ah! Wait, he didn't hit me. Interesting. Okay. Come on. That's the biggest issue with Dual Blade, is you get action locked into it really easily.
Yep, you do.
That's how the one guy kept hitting me, because I was in the middle of something and I'm like, I can't dodge. The fire dude. Alright. Come on. Oh, he's poisoned me.
Where you going, you little shit?
Hiding because he's gonna die. Look, you wanted the answer. Yoink. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing that. He can't go in that cave. Okay. I went the wrong way, motherfucker! I'll be there in 2 shakes. Don't kill him yet. Alright, you can kill him. Okay.
I'm tired of your shit, Rocky.
He's like, maybe I'm tired of your shit. Come on. Got him. Alright. Put your weapons away so you can get the stuff you need, you brat. Okay.
Did you need hides and what?
It was hides and scales, I think. I know I got all the hides I need. I collected both of those, like, from the parts he dropped. I'm gonna have to double check on the scales, though. I don't know if I got any.
Yoink!
You exploded. Okay. Oh, I love him so much. He gets all the scritches. Okay. Hide, brace, toxic sac, brace. I don't think I got anything. All right. Boop 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 boop. Boop boop boop. All right, let's check.
Hey, good to see ya.
Oh no, I got everything. Cool. Upgrade. No. All right, so then the only downside is I got 4, but 5 I can't tell what it is.
5, that means you haven't progressed far enough in the story to build them.
Fuck. All
If
right.
it's question marked, you haven't fought the monster that has a part that's required.
Probably haven't fought the Ragi. God damn it. Alright, well. Alright, I'll just keep using the defenders, I guess, until I can get the part.
Yeah. Use whatever gives you the highest defense, that highest attack.
Alright.
Thank you for stopping by. Take a look at the quest list.
Well, highest defense too.
Alright. I don't want to fight thank you for the Petty's Viper. I don't want to fight the dude again. He's gonna try to beat me, and he's not fun. Crab monster or snake monster?
Whatever.
That's not helpful. I couldn't decide. Thank you for my wings, Viper. That's alright, I got it. Your weapon is clipping into your body.
I need some rest.
Which one are we doing now? Almudron.
Yeah, the snake dude.
Alright, so Almudron. Drawn.
Snake.
Fire Blight. Fire Blight. Okay, cool. So I'll stick with this weapon for now.
Standing by.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Let's go. Quick one.
All right. Of course, the one the furthest away from us is the one we need.
Gives you time to get spirit bugs, dear.
I know. I'm getting them. I need them. But the further away they are, the more I tend to get lost. So, you know.
Sounds like very much like a you problem.
It is very much a me problem.
Sweet.
Okay. Oh, hi there, little buddy. You're gonna stay over there, aren't you? Yes, you are. I will take the material, though. Thank you.
No holding back.
Oh, there we go. Um... Oh, I hit the wall. Alright. Hi, little snake monster. Did somebody bring a mud monster with them? No. That's just what he's doing. Okay. Hey, no worries, Hyde. No worries. I hope you had a good TTRPG session. I complicated that. Oh, fuck. I'm not fighting him. I'm not fighting him. I have to grind, Hyde. Can you believe it? I have to grind. All right. Oh, god damn it. Okay. All right. Gather some plants. Grab one of you. Yoink. Oh, I can't grab one of you. I'll grab this though. I got a husk.
Yay, materials!
Okay. Whoa, who's catching me on fire? God damn it. Get me off, get me off, get me off, get me off, get me off. The stupid...
Did you get attacked by a spider?
Maybe. Probably. Most likely. Because he's a dick. I was hunting Kestodon for their husk, and he came out of nowhere and decided to eat me. Like an asshole that spiders are. Alright, I just want to fix my weapon.
I mean, I just want to say, you're in his territory.
Fuck. There we go. I don't know. In this game, it's all my territory.
I help you.
Ugh. Oh. I did the wrong thing. No one saw that. It's fine. I say that as a tail comes through the rock.
Yeah, that's some cheap bullshit.
Look,
Like, you shouldn't be able to do that.
it's a skill issue, I guess, if you get hit by it. Yeah, why can't... Whatever. Oh, I forgot. His tail does a thing, doesn't it? Ah. Alright.
Fine. You just flash potted away.
Well, I was saying that more because I was like, I'm in demon mode and I'm attacking, and I just see his tail have a massive ball of gross attached to it. Alright. Alright. Okay, I did good. Wrong button. Okay. Ah! I wasn't even fighting you, you son of a bitch!
Where do you think you're going?
Alright, I'm gonna stand here. Oh, it vanished. And...
Time for some sharpening.
Okay. Up we go. Okay.
Anything useful in here?
Alright, you're bringing a buddy, so... I
I'm
won't
bringing a buddy?
Oh, yeah, aren't you bringing a buddy?
No.
Am I looking at the wrong number again? I am looking at the wrong thing again. Ha ha ha, I'm red. I might bring a buddy, who knows? As I fuck up and go the wrong way. Whee! Alright. Okay, there we go. Okay. Ow. Come on, girl, we don't want to die. Okay. Ah, fuck. I went to demon mode too quick. Hey, you did follow! I'm so proud of you! Yeah, have at it. Oh, you're running the other dude. Never mind.
Oh, damn it, I missed hitting him. Oh well.
Okay. 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 Bow, bow, bow. I don't want you to stay where you are. Whew! That almost took some teeth out of me. I don't know if I want to stand in the middle of that. Can I help you, good sir? Are you taking a mud bath? Mud baths are nice. They're rejuvenating. And they're really good for your skin. Full of minerals, and vitamins. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Good thing I healed myself right when I did.
Yeah, right?
I finished and he spun around and hit me. And like I wasn't really near him. I walked away to heal. Alright, fix my weapon.
Going after it! Going after it! No more bouncing for me!
Okay. There was other drop pieces in the water, just a little FYI. I don't know if there was, I don't know if maybe picked it up.
Yeah, they either did or they disappeared. One or the other.
I know material's not as important for you as it is for me, but I like letting you know.
I mean, they're master rank pieces. I'll take them.
Okay. Do 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 do. All right. Come on. Okay.
You're in deep trouble!
All right. Okay. Oops. Let's do this too. Hey, I hate you, but you can come fight. You know, that's cool. Oh, look, we got both of them. Who's up for walkies? I don't know who I'm attacking. There's something on the ground. I'm hitting it. I don't know what it is.
Damn it, I lost the Magic Punisher because I did it too quick.
Oh god. Pure golden sludge. Mud of a particular danger and value. One's commanded by an Almageron. Oh my god, is that honey? I need honey. Yoink. Okay. I gotta craft shit when I go back to the town. I have the materials. I think Buttercup's got them. Oh, he moved and my animation was locked in, so I didn't hit him. Son of a bitch. Okay. I pushed the wrong button. I'm so sad. Okay. All right. Come on.
No.
Alright. I gotta be careful. I don't wanna die.
There goes its tail.
Perfect. It took so long to come off, I honestly thought it couldn't come off.
I mean, it can't, but it essentially does. There's a piece that breaks off.
There we go. Hello, Reneus. Welcome in.
See you soon.
Something like that, you know?
Mine now.
Alright. I can finally close enough that I can carve it while the animation's on. I'm
Nice.
good.
Well, it's an Almudron orb.
Nice. I got a fin. And a
No, I got
cortex.
that out of the tail.
Oh, I gotta do that still. Go study. Go be a good student.
Yay, materials.
I got a lash tail and a whisker. All right. Bye, little beastie. See, you look so calm when you're dead and carved.
Don't forget, take a picture.
Oh, do I?
I mean, you don't have to, but
Oh, I went to go push it and it went away.
my entire journal, for however sick you want to call me, is all pictures of monsters after I kill them.
Terrible! You're so mean. Yeah, go study the raid. Okay, that's good studying at least. I was supposed to make a chart this weekend for you guys and I forgot. I'll get to it, I promise. Again, I'm not in any rush and I want you guys to finish your Savage Tears. There's a bunch of you guys that are almost done, so.
Oh, hey!
All right.
Hi!
Uh-huh. All right.
Stopping by.
All right. Crab time.
Crap, did you build your next thing, or?
I can't build anything.
Oh, okay.
My weapon is still locked.
So we were just moving on, is that
Yeah,
it?
because I don't have any option. I have to find him in
Okay.
Master so I can carve him from Master.
Gotcha.
The Red Abyss. Nice. Just don't go super crazy with it because it's a lower level. So like I went in with a level 90 summoner with my Savage gear and we were fine. You almost do like too much damage, you know? Good. Because I joked with my static at that point. I was like, so The bis for Uwu is, you know, this set of gear. Do we need that? And everyone was like, no, just keep it the way you've got it. I'm like, okay. We might be able to skip some stuff too. If our damage output is high enough. Like, obviously it won't happen right away, but with practice, we could skip some stuff.
Can't make Sinnoh.
Yeah. All right.
Sure.
What did I do, Einar? Did you die? Are you murdered? Thank you for the check-in, Phasia. Not yet. See? Think you're good. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing to nobody. Thank you for the check-in, Ordeus. Phasia, you take part in the Starfinder thingy today, correct? We seem to not be murder hobos. I mean, that's a good thing. Not as much fun, but I thought so. Okay. How was it? What'd you guys think? I was lurking, but I did a sound off lurk because I ended up falling asleep for like 2 hours. Because I don't know what happened. I was sitting at my computer. I was playing some tabletop sim, not tabletop sim, some TCG shop sim, and I got real tired. I was like falling asleep at my desk, and I crashed on the couch. This pack of puppies with antlers. I love them. I hope you gave them pets. I want to give them all pets. Next time you encounter them, please give them a pet from Antwaves. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. This looks like a different BC than the last one I fought.
Yep, there are 2 crabs in this game.
Oh, I hate them.
This is Shogun Centaur.
I mean, giving whiskey to a pack of animals seems worth it. Hi, Memlon. Thank you for the check-in. Vodka and Skittles.
It doesn't think twice about leaving its old shell behind. It finds new armor to don. Its blades as deadly as ever.
It's so ugly. I mean, it looks more crab-like than the other one, but Final Flash.
Oh yeah, this guy's a thing.
I know it's because I didn't take stuff. Like, I have to grab, like, thingamabobbers, but God, I feel so weak. I was like, did I eat? I did eat. I just need my buffs. Okay, yeah, there we go.
A Felicrow?
Good team I have.
Yeah, bruh.
Alchemy! Thank you for the raid! It did. He's so good. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in! Hi! How are you? How was
Hello,
stream?
Raiders.
How was stream? What were you up to? I got a tab real quick. You did mappies? You guys make lots of money? Did you guys make all the money? Elizabeth, I need you to guide me because I'm confused. Sweet. We had poor portal. I mean, you still made some money off of it. That's always nice. We love that for everybody. But welcome in, Raiders. If we do not know each other, I am Running the Waves. I am a variety streamer with a good love for Final Fantasy XIV. But today we were fighting a crab. We were playing Monster Hunter Rise in preparation of Monster Hunter Wilds that drops at the end of February. I'm fighting a crab, guys. This is why I don't like seafood. It fights back. That smiles back. Boop, boop. Thank you for the posture check, Viper. I appreciate it. But Alchemy and friends, if you have to do anything post-stream, please make sure you go do it. We're all about self-care here, and I would make sure that you're hydrating, eating a snack, doing good things for yourself. Thanks for my wings. All that fantastical things. So if you have to raid and run, I totally get it. If you want to hang around, though, yes, go eat. You're Italian, and aka me is telling you to go eat. But if you guys want to hang around, we're just doing some Monster Hunter. And if anyone is interested in joining in my escapades, they are more than welcome to. I have a closed party, but that's only so I can play with friendos, not for any other reason. Wilds is gonna... I'm really excited for Wilds. And considering how hard Doc had to, like, fight me to get to play these games, the fact that I'm excited for Wilds is saying a lot. Like, the demo was just so much fun. You know, for a crab, you're really fast.
Oh yeah, this guy's fast.
You're in deep trouble.
He keeps spraying water on me, but I'm too lazy to wipe it off. Mocha, you should totally play more. I'm only Monster Rank 3, so, you know, we could level together, you could carry me, one or the other. Plus, playing with friendos is just awesome.
More hunters.
Also, if anyone is interested in playing Wilds when it comes out, I am thinking of trying to get 4 people to or 3 people together.
No more bouncing for me.
On PC and Babe. Well, you guys still hang out with us. This fucking crab just poisoned me. God damn it. I'm sitting here fixing my weapon. Buttercup, eat him. Eat him, Buttercup. Hi, Vinny. I see. The good thing is Wild is going to be crossplay because I'm getting it for the 5. And I'm very excited for that. Because my computer appreciates the break that I can give it. I would like to tank stuff. As soon as they said it was crossplay, I decided that's what I was gonna play on. Yeah. Which is so freaking awesome. I'm going the wrong direction. Alright, here we go. I need you. I said I need you. Thank you very much. Okay. Whee! We had this discussion earlier, Savvy. What the fuck? I'm bleeding.
Oh yeah, this guy can bleed you.
I'm dead because he bled me and then he cut me in half.
Good.
Yeah, he does that.
Good to know. Good to know.
Not giving up.
So how does one fix bleeding then?
You crouch and you sit still,
Okay.
which is obviously a terrible thing to do in Monster Hunter, but
Yeah. You're in an open world, but you must crouch and do nothing. All right, good to know though. All right. Or eat jerky. I don't have jerky. We learned I'm very poorly equipped. All right. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way. Go. I don't want to take you. Go this way. Hi, crab monster. Who's awful and I hate. It is fun watching him move though, as he fights people that aren't me. Alright, take on a crab leg. Oh my god, he hit me. I didn't even do anything. Come on.
Sorry, I had to run away from a lead.
Oh, I wasn't paying any attention. I'm in demon mode. I'm being a demon! Ah. Ow!
I thought I was in sword mode.
Don't land on me, dude. That's not cool. Oh, vitality. It's beautiful. Whoa! I'm not the best at my dual blades, but I've definitely gotten better today than I was when I started. Alright, I'm in bleed, so... Crouch, child. Go, put your weapons away. Crouch.
I'm going after it.
I'll be back in a second. I'm almost recovered.
I mean, whatever.
Okay. Look, I'm not the best, but I want to try.
Oh yeah, no, you're doing fine.
Alright. Once the darker red is gone? Okay. Alright. And then I need to fix my weapon. Headstone. Do this. I'm heading in the wrong direction because I'm looking at blue and I'm red. One day, guys.
You know, I'm heading in the right direction.
Yeah, I wasn't following you though. I was behind you. And then I turned around and went in the wrong way. Okay.
Ow.
No.
Shit.
Don't do whatever it is you just did. Okay, there's this. There's this. Are you not in the... No, you're not in the cave? Fuck. I thought you
No,
were in the
he's
cave.
up.
He's right above the cave. God damn it. Alright, get off you. Fuck. I entered demon mode as I'm climbing because that's the smartest thing my stamina could handle. I need an arrow. I need sticky notes. I need everything. That's why we have an emote now
Ow.
that has me reading a map. See, these guys that do the jumping, I realize he's got a face on his back. This is why I want to go like ranged. And considering I hate ranged weapons, that's saying a lot. No, 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 no water to the face. No. No.
Oh god.
No, you motherfucker! Also, new friends, I have a mouth. Sorry, not sorry? Alright. Down, girl. Alright, we're good. No! No! No!
Hey, what are you doing?
I don't know, I think Buttercup distracted him. Buttercup does that because
Yeah.
he's cute.
Yeah, knock that little puck bucket off.
Ah!
Look at that giant penis at his back.
I know, right? Kind of disturbing, but I'm gonna cut it off. I'm not gonna cut it off because it keeps turning around. I marked it. It's been marked.
God, he's doing the thing.
Not me this time. All right, you already chose me as your victim the first time. Thank you. I feel like 2025 Renee's is gonna be our year. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna just be our year of me just being in my glory. All right. Turn around, turn around, turn around.
Well,
Turn around.
I was gonna say, what are you doing? Like, ram it into something.
I can't see. I forgot the other BC was there, so I was going for the cliff thing, like the wall, and then I remembered that he was there. So I can't see. There's trees in my way. All right. Let's see, I can ride the BCs too. I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, but you forgot to ram it into the wall or the creature so that it would stay down.
You know what? You know what? Go away.
I will absolutely leave you with the Almudron. Go ahead.
No! Hi, you're more than welcome. You know that. You should know the code. It's standard. As long as I'm a good human being and cook dinner tonight, I can play my games. I will sharpen my weapon really quick.
Oh, I got out of the way of that.
Sure you did.
Oh, you little shit.
Oh, he got me. I definitely appreciate how crab-like he really is compared to the other one, which was like crab-looking but not crab-like. Like, this little sucker is like, you hooked him, he's loose on your boat, he's bubbling at the mouth.
He just skitters everywhere. It's like great.
Okay. You got it. You would be proud of me. I've only died and failed the mission once.
You little.
Ugh. Okay. I need to heal myself, but I'm in demon mode and I don't want to turn that off. I gotta turn it off. I'm gonna die.
I was gonna say, you do need to heal. You're pretty low.
Alright. No, not an antidote, motherfucker. No! First aid! There we go. Don't need that. Bring it! Huzzah! No! Was he attacking the wall because someone had pinned him, or? He's just attacking the wall because he
I
feels
think
like
your
it.
dog distracted it.
Okay. Oh, fuck, I'm bleeding. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Put
Well,
your
he's
weapon
down for the moment, so.
I keep forgetting I have to push B when I put my weapon away, like everything else in this game. So it takes me a hot second to like heal myself. There we go. See, everyone says that the Palamutes are not as good as the Palicos in fighting. I think Buttercup does a really good job.
God. Oh, alright, it's leaving.
Alright. We fix our weapons. He's almost dead. Thank you for the check-in, Nerdy.
I grabbed you, Hyde.
Thank you for the head petties. Alright, we'll do... Okay.
We still gotta fix that somehow with the check-ins.
Yeah, I was gonna say after stream today, if we could work on it, that'd be cool. I'll show you the video and maybe you can comprehend it better than I can.
Can't promise I will.
Alright. Hi, Hyde. Coming in to steal our kill. I see how it is.
Well, he only joined the lobby. He hasn't joined the mission
Oh,
yet.
I wasn't paying attention. I just saw Hyde. Oh, you little shit! You made me bleed.
Yeah, he does that.
Oh, he made me ink.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
Mine now.
Alright. I swear to God, if I die this close to the end, because you are just so freaking aggressive. Ow! Someone get me up. Alright, good. Bother somebody else. Someone else is stopping me! I'll poop at you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Blowing through my traps and everything just to get the actual kill.
I put my shit away and I didn't push the button to do that. I don't know why I just put my shit away. What the fuck? Why can't I keep my weapon out? What is happening?
Are you running?
No. There. I was in the middle of attacking him and also my weapons went away and I was drinking a potion. Oh, thank God. I thought I died.
No, we got it.
Well, it's scary because it's so abrupt.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh my God. Okay. My goal is to try to get to the rogues so I can try to get that material.
I mean,
Or at least
I'm
get
pretty sure rogues are early master rank. You could probably find just a random quest for them.
I just want, because I want to see if I can unlock it so I can find the pieces that I need. Alright. Stupid crab. I'm gonna eat you for dinner. Not really. I am gonna preheat my oven though while it boots us back to the main screen.
We did it!
Reheat the oven.
Done. It is preheated. You want a dad joke, Crypty? You got it. Hi, Mr. Beakers. All right, what'd I get? Code. Slogborn.
I got one for you.
Okay.
What do you call bears without bees?
I don't know.
Ears.
There's dad
I
joke,
hate
Crypty.
it, and I also love it.
Thank you for the dad joke. Hi, Mystic. It's going. I've only died once. I try. All right, let me double check. Make sure I can't build it. I don't think so.
Hey, good to see ya. Let's get you fixed up then, shall we?
Yeah, it's still question marked. Because I have
Well,
the kid.
You may. I mean, you could try to see if you have a lower Ragi that's not Master like 3 or whatever you're doing.
Well,
I'll be here when you need me.
Go up to the convertible. What rank is it? Or rarity?
well, we're hoping it's
5.
the rarity 5
How are things?
for the dual blades. Because Doc made a comment about needing poison, or poison's a good one to have in a weapon. And the only one that I could do was the Rogi. So we were working on that, and I've crafted up to 4. I just can't get rarity 5, and everything's question marked. So I'm assuming I need to actually find one and kill it.
I'm positive you've already killed a master rank Roggy,
Not for a
You haven't.
quest.
but there also might be other materials like metals you need to mine.
Could be.
But then it did tell me that, because that's gonna be really hard to find stuff. All right,
The idea is that it'll tell you once you start like getting there.
all right, hold on. All right, there's 2 of us. We're gonna go after the 2 Rogies, the redacted.
Not that one.
Not that one, but that's the master rank.
I said if not that one, I might have one.
Oh, okay.
So you have Desperado too, right?
Take a look at the quest list.
I don't think I have it as, hold on. Manage equipment, change equipment. I have Guardian Dual Blades, the Kid, and Usurper's Fulgur 1.
Oh, you have the kid.
Yeah. I need the one after the Kid. And that's the one that's
Okay,
got question
so-
marks.
Yeah, so you need Deadly Poison Sacs, Elite Ore, Great Rogi Thick Hide, and Imperial Beak.
I'm gonna assume the Imperial Beak is what I don't have. That doesn't sound familiar.
Well, no, you should. You probably need something. You probably need the ore. I don't know if you have Elite Ore.
LSE Horror? I don't know if I have Horror either.
Oh, jeez. Go into your items.
Item pouch. Item pouch or
No,
crafting
not
list?
item pouch. No. Back in the chest.
Oh. Back in the chest we go!
Oh God, your pouch hurts me.
Manage items. Crafting list?
No, manage items.
Okay.
Just open it up, and then I have to wait for your screen. Go to transfer items.
Is that the one I need? The rarity 8? I have that. I have 16 of them.
Okay, so you have Elite Ore.
Why do you have Elite ore in your item pouch?
Because she doesn't use item layouts to burn everything back into the chest and reset.
Because I gather it and it sits there. That's why.
Again, Hyde, I need to help her more than this, but it's a thing.
Nobody wants to hang out with me. I can't help it. I just do what I want.
But it's all right. Can you see if you have so go to the toggle at the top. Go
Uh-huh.
and to check your chest.
Uh-huh.
Toggle at the top.
I did that. I'm in my chest.
All right. Now sort it,
Uh-huh.
because that'll be easier. and then look for a deadly poison sac, and then any great Roggy thick hide or Imperial beak. Because everything should now be in order, so you should be able to find stuff.
Poison sac, toxic sac, deadly poison sac.
Alright, so we know you have that.
I have 2 deadly poison sacs.
Okay, so we know that you have that.
And then
So find Great Roggy.
I don't know what color he is.
It's orange.
Orange,
It's like
okay.
yeah, it's not red, it's orange.
It should
And
be
it
up
looks like-
to the top.
It's, yeah. Those are red. The Acnosom was red. Nope, now you're in materials.
I'm looking
Or-
through my stuff.
There you go.
Rathalos.
Those are all the pelts.
Rathalos. Wrath.
Those are all red.
Almudron. These look orange to me, Mr.
No,
Colorblind.
no. Those are red.
I don't see anything orange.
You were on several orange.
Yeah,
ones
but I've gone
before.
through all of them. Defender ticket.
That means we
A
need to
Lagny
fight the
apple.
master rank Roggy. Hold on.
Almudron Fin. I haven't fought a master rank one. I've avoided it because the quest is for 2, and I wasn't fighting 2 master ranks by myself, so I've skipped it. Which I could have told you. Yeah, all of the orange is not for it. Yeah.
Alright, I just posted it. There.
Yeah, redacted. Isn't that the one we were doing?
Is that the one we're doing?
Yeah, I signed up for redacted.
Your stream is slower than I am, so I'm...
I said that. All right, depart. Go.
Hey.
Hey, useful horses, what's up?
He wasn't.
I'm
ready.
not ready.
Too slow. Well, I'm gonna eat because I forgot to do that. So.
Andy forgot to eat.
Item board. Eat a meal. All right. See, I missed nothing.
For you.
Okay. All right. Grab these, grab that.
Wow, that's a big Roggy.
I went the wrong way from the camp. It is a skill, thank you. All right.
Did you just smack it down, Hyde?
Yeah.
Like
He's
the
like-
counter attack.
That noise, I was like, yeah, what else am I gonna do with it? All right, there we go.
Yeah, I run a stone build with this thing.
Hi, big boy.
Feeling sick.
Oh man, I didn't craft my shit like I wanted to. Okay. I saw that body check. Yo, these little ones are annoying. keep bonking me? What did I do? I'm just trying to be good. Oh, come on. Really, guys?
Really? Bitch.
You get poisoned.
Well, it was funny because I avoided the poison by being attached to its head, and then it ran through its own poison to get me.
Well, I mean, it's immune, so I would do that too.
It's like, you little shit.
I mean, that's valid. I deserve to get bonked for not crafting. I blame Doc, though, for confusing me.
I mean, you could join the true bonk team and go hammer.
I don't want to get bonked, though.
Oh shit, I dodged that.
Skill issue. Oh. Look, man, keep that tail where I can see you and not in my face. Okay, great, thanks. You poisoned me again.
This isn't looking good. Don't give up yet.
All right, we're good. I'm gonna fly out of here. Exactly, Viper. Be like, I got my wings. That's what they're there for. All right, get my pieces.
Don't forget to carve the Roggies too, because you might need pieces from the babies to get it.
Okay. I shall carve all of the things. Whee! Plop. Whee! Oh. Let me quickly fix my weapon. No, not a cleanser. God damn it. There we go.
Some polish. Let's see.
Doc, do you have bombs? Because I forgot to bring some.
I didn't bring them. I don't
It's
have
fine.
any for this setup. At least let someone with the bigger wake up hit him. Jeez.
No! I say that and then I get poisoned. Largest size
Alright.
updated.
Yeah.
Alright, now I carve you. I said now I carve you. Thank you. Alright, I got a deadly poison sack. I got a thick hide. Another poison sack. Okay. Alright. I'm shrimping. Okay.
Don't shrimp.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still perplexed as to why you don't have that big giant red arrow that I do.
I don't know how to turn that on. So I
What?
probably... He's got an arrow.
It says what?
Points in the direction it needs to go.
I don't have that.
Yeah, Sevi, we have room for one more. Fuck.
What setting are you using that gives you a giant arrow towards the monster?
I honestly don't have any idea. I thought it was one you had to, like, turn off.
No, apparently it's one you have to turn on.
Sevi, the code is the typical code. If you don't know it, let me know and I'll just tell you.
Ow.
Alright. Oh, come on. You hit me And I was just coming here to hang out with you. Oh, fuck you, dude. Alright. Okay. Did he poop? No, he's over here. The way he stumbled, I thought he was about to like die already. All right. This. Ooh, who has the blossoms? That's really nice. I love lagging while I'm moving. Ah, god damn it.
Got him.
Okay. Now where's my body? Over here.
Perks of the job.
Two braces. Another poison sack. Alright, and then I'll see if we can figure out this material.
Well, hopefully this was the winner here.
Yeah, I know I
'Cause
got a new...
otherwise, I have no idea other than just pushing the story.
I'm pretty sure I got a new material carving the first one, so... Alright.
God, I love the the little snail on my head. I love him. He's so cute.
I just think it's gross.
Yeah, the monk snail hat. I love it. It's cute.
Alright. Thick hide sack. Hard bone. Thick hide.
Sucking out your brain.
Okay. Buddy 1 Buttercup. Level 39. He's so strong.
Lottery jackpot.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's see.
How are things?
Oh, right. Okay.
Let's get you fixed up then, shall we?
So is it there now?
Yeah, and it was the Imperial Beak, the thick hide, the poison sack, and the ore. So I got the thick hide and I think the beak. So we are good, and I can craft it. And I can
So that should
equip
give
it.
you a higher rank
I'm
poison
now,
weapon.
yeah, rank 8 with poison.
Yeah, so basically any... Uh-oh.
Sweet.
Why did my...
Hey, good luck.
Oh, because I'm almost out of juice on the controller. I was like, why did it just disconnect? Hold on, I'm gonna take it off of Wi-Fi and go straight to controller.
That's fine. There you go, Sevi.
Okay, we're back. Oh,
Oh,
the lobby ID.
it didn't do what I wanted it to. Hold on. Here we go. I sent it to you. Okay. Well, wait for
Oh,
Sevi
Jesus,
to...
both you and Hyde.
What?
That I just looked at their stats. The hours spent.
It's great to see you.
Just a little bit.
Please select
Yeah.
the quest that best suits you.
That was me on all the previous Monster Hunters. Rise, I didn't do nearly as much because I ended up spending probably way too much time on Switch, and I didn't want to keep going.
Alright. Also, Sevi, if you want in on the Discord, go to General and we'll slide you over.
Ooh, there we go.
If you want to be in voice chat, you do not have to be.
Yep. Hello. Alright, though, before this fight starts, I'm gonna start dinner so that way we can play and dinner can cook and I don't have to worry about it like yesterday. Give me 1 second, guys.
Did you repost the same quest, White Knight on Ice? Oh no, you died during that one.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, we died during. I died during that one, so I want to redo it. Now that we have people, it's revenge time.
Haha.
Good to go. I'll be there in a moment.
Actually, I want to change my weapon for this.
Oh, she left her controller and rotate.
Oh no. I'll go in the other room and fix it. Is fixed.
It fell off my desk while I went to get up to do stuff. All right.
Yeah, World I went until I had my full Fatalis armor, and then I was like, that's enough.
I've played this game for long enough. I am good. Or
I can't remember how many hours I put onto World on the Xbox.
A lot, right?
Yeah, a lot, considering that was before Iceborne came out.
Oh, my headset was muted.
No worries.
1500?
Wow.
all right.
Ooh, what great sword is that?
Prime Alza now.
Oh, it looks so good.
Okay.
You
set.
want to know the funniest part?
What?
It's 3 long swords and a trench coat.
That seems valid. Okay.
Where is it? Oh, wait. I feel like I'm missing the jump point.
Yeah, okay. Waves.
Uh-huh.
Go to game settings. Under options.
Uh-huh.
Here it is.
Targeting arrow. Show that.
So now I just have to fight it and then it'll show me where I'm going?
Nope, it should automatically do that.
Oh. That's different. Alright, cool.
It won't give you the exact location, but it'll show you the general direction.
I mean, that's very useful. Hi, I'm back for revenge, you son of a bitch. And I brought friends this time. Oh, Jesus. So glad I dodged. Oh, I forgot to craft again. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It is not fine when you're trying to heal and something just flies above you. Don't look at me.
Oh, well, let's start.
Ah, I'm so mad. I tried to move. I hate it here.
Funny.
Okay. I'll do this.
Go, little Lagambi, do your work.
Do this.
Jesus.
All right. Go this way. Go this way. Hey, little buddy, that's not my enemy. You're not gonna fight me because I'm not your enemy. Okay, thanks.
That's what you think.
I somehow avoided it. I think it was above me. Okay. Take the wire bug. Oh god, this is how I died last time. I know it's leaving. Okay. Hello, Halflings. Offlings. Welcome in. Alright. Well. Nope. Alright, that's not what we're doing. That's cool. That's cool.
This is a big berry off too.
Whee!
Yeah, it is.
guys cut his tail off. Hell yeah. All right. Whew. I'll end this. I don't know who's saying it, but now I'm gonna be thinking it all day. I'll end this. I'll end this.
I turned down the frequency of voice. I think it was me. I think it's me that's doing that.
That's fine. Not hating on it, just laughing about it.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest problems with Rise for sure.
I play
Yeah, that's why
Xenoblade,
they added
so
a setting.
like all Xenoblade is the same character saying the same 2 lines over and over and over and over. You get used to it after a while. Tune it out. I won't lie, this guy's definitely our most challenging master rank so far. Jesus! He clipped me with his foot and took half my health away, you son of a bitch! I hate you! I worked so hard to stay healed. I'm gonna die again if I'm not careful. Child, I need you to move. Child, I need you to move. Child, I need you to move. Thank you. Alright, let me carve that tail.
Boo.
I'll be taking this.
Now, nothing personal.
Alright.
Yay, materials!
Yeah, that's my favorite line. Yay, materials. Alright. Where are we going? Yoink.
Damn it.
I thought that was a shiny item or like a butterfly or something, and then I realized it's Hyde's little pet. He's just glowing real strong.
He's missing teeth. He's like a little redneck.
I should do that to pick my weapon.
No more bouncing for me. This one's gonna hit hard.
Okay. Come on, activate demon mode. Oh, you can't, because I probably activated it at the wrong time. Okay. He's almost dead! Yay!
Voice.
Vengeance is mine! Alright.
Ha ha ha.
Okay. It feels like being wrapped in angel wings. I don't know. Alright. There was a lot of drop material. And I don't see any of it.
I was gonna say, I don't think there was that much.
Just like this tower that was here taking damage from drop items, so it might have been from that.
Oh, maybe.
It's just like mega potions, consumables, stuff like that.
I mean, I'll take all of that. Alright. If I did this right, I'll have a big quest, and I should have enough time to do it before my dinner's ready. Okay.
Well, let's see.
Ugh. My peats are cold. Bahari has some news. What is it? What have you learned? Well, always so impatient, Theo. You gotta learn to slow down. You can't go charging head first all the time. Okay, here's what I got. I finished analyzing those Gargan Golem samples, but before we get into that, tell me honestly, Theo, what do you think about what happened? Alright, well, it seems strange from the outset. Gargan Golem are timid. For it to venture outside the kingdom and attack, right, sure, it's one of the big three, but it's a quiet beast by nature, not an aggressive creature by any means. Okay, monsters changing how they behave, that's nothing new, but there's still gotta be a reason. So after looking at the samples, I gave the whole beast a once-over, and well, I found something strange. Something strange. Small wounds all over its body. It's an active creature, what do you expect? There you go again with the interruptions. Just be quiet and listen. The wounds were like bite marks, made by a much smaller creature, but I can't identify them. Their shape and chemistry don't match anything on record. See where I'm going here? You're thinking of those strange creatures we saw circling in the sky. That's right. It's just my hypothesis, but I'm thinking they somehow influenced their Gargan Golem's aggressiveness. What do you think, Admirable? Can we catch one? It's funny you ask. Some have just been spotted near an Aurora Somnicanth out of the Frost Islands. Think you can take care of that Aurora Somnicanth while I bag one of those little chompers, Waves? I mean, I'm not sure I can trust you goons to capture them. Have at it. Well, Waves, sorry to ask, but are you up to hunt an Aurora Somnicanth? Alright, Aurora Somnicanth timey. Okay.
That's the sleepy one, isn't it?
I have faith that you will fulfill your duty.
No idea. Waves, I just received a request from Bahari. It's a quest to capture some of those creatures that caused the Gargan Golem to turn violent. Oh, and speaking of, I needed a name for the creature to put on the quest list, so Bahari came up with Corio, a curious name if you ask me. Anyway, I hope you're studying the Curio will lead to a big break. Come again? Bahari's handling the Corio and you're handling the Aurora Somnicanth in the Frostlands? Oh, sorry. That's not in my notes anywhere. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'll sort this out. You be careful out there, okay?
A special quest has been added.
Keep it busy.
You'll do great.
She said we'll do great, guys. We're gonna do great. Hi, Crazy! Welcome in, Crazy Alex. I'm good. How are you? Ugh. Boop. Bump, bump.
Time to go.
Good, I'm glad. Welcome in.
Hold on a sec.
Last. Fireblight, so this will be fine.
There's the other friend, so I can dance around the other. There's the other friend. Whee! I can't do a complete circle because they're in front, but yay! Alright.
Just Sevi.
Yep, which is fine.
Sorry.
You're all good. No worries.
No worries. I'll look at my forge for a second too. I should really look and see
It's
how
not
my
a
weapons are
huge
coming
carry,
along
though.
to upgrade what I'm missing.
It's not a huge carry. I'm doing my best. I'm not
I basically
the
started a
greatest
whole new set of
fighter.
weapons for waves.
I still die a lot.
Oh, I need to do Pyre Kadaki. Okay.
So, if anything, it just doesn't take us forever and a day to kill these monsters. And I'll take it now because once Wilds comes out, I'm gonna have to do it all by myself. So you have to do all of the grind and everything. Alright. While we wait, I can set up stuff for tomorrow. No! Put the sticker in the right spot. Okay, good. Nice! Congratulations!
You're God.
That's some dedication right there.
The person in chat is, if they really are all nines, that's insanity. Like, good for them for spending that much time, but damn.
Woo. 10,000 hours, or over 1,000 hours. 1,000 hours. I can count. I can read. We're good. Everything's great. Damn. Yeah, I have maybe, what, like 40 hours in both? Maybe a little more than that.
Let's say you have at
I
least
probably had close to 1,000 in World.
Look, I just be walking, creeping with my hands pointed.
Bewitching and seducing all those unfortunate enough to be in earshot. And before they even sense it, they find themselves frozen to the ground.
I'm ready to dive into Wild so hard, though.
Oh, Sam.
I will go in with friends on Wild. Doc and I are probably talking about doing some offline grinding, but the bulk of it is going to be
because
done
you're going to
together.
need to grind. You're going to have to learn how to truly play through without
Yeah.
without the master grade gear path to just
Yeah.
give you the rise through.
I get it. It's fine.
Oh wait, we're over here. Okay, shit.
God, follow. I have the mark. Oh, yeah, I haven't found anything.
The arrow is a little drunk.
Yeah, there we go. My arrow wasn't working at first because I was still in the camp, and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wow.
Oh, this is not the sneaky one. This is the ice one.
Look a little Angie.
Perfect job, as usual.
I love how I get my ass handed to me and all I hear is perfect job as usual. Like, thanks. I'm glad there's confidence there. Eh. Okay.
Where'd she go? There she is.
I don't really want to be in front of her. I want to be off to the side a little bit, you know. Maybe behind her. Whew. I'm glad I
Wow,
stayed
did
back.
I somehow like frame through that?
That was beautiful. I missed. Oh, she hit me though when she ran through, but I was running towards her and then she did her ice breath and she just missed me. I will take that.
Oh,
Holy
hello, Goss.
crap. I'm gonna ride her so I can not die in the process.
If you could remember, slam Sami into Goss.
Oh, I tried doing that. It didn't work though. Little bear buddy.
He's running.
Yeah. That's fine. I just want these pieces.
You ain't getting away.
Okay. Dense block of ice. Well, okay then. Alright, give me the up for the potions. And then fix my weapon.
Weapon's getting dull.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just peeked over a chat. Yeah, the new set building is going to be wild with the way that they're restructuring all the weapons and skills.
Yeah, how like damage skills are gonna come off your weapon instead of.
Yeah, that's fine.
It honestly makes me think building a bow and dual blades combo will be awesome.
I definitely want to keep a bow and arrow or of some sort on my non-chocobo. And then I'll probably go dual sword for my main. Cause I like
dual
it.
swords and bows should theoretically work really well together because they both are stamina-heavy weapons. So you can work in those like stamina reduction skills on your armor. Damn it. Alright, well.
I'm attacking the rock beast!
Who got it? Oh, Hot got on it. Okay.
I didn't know the second one was there. Yeah, sadly I can't raise them any higher. Alright. There we go. We're just gonna hang back and relax. Paint my nails, you know. There we go. Take out your weapon. There we go.
Oh, I grabbed the wrong monster. Whoops.
There's no such thing as grabbing the wrong monster.
I mean, there absolutely is. That side.
Oh shit, it's the one we just fought. I was like, what monster just ran away from us? Huh, the one I don't want to fight. We're good. Nice, Mystic. I'm making pork chops. Doc's mom gave them to us when we visited earlier this week. And I gotta cook them before they go bad. They've got 4 minutes left. And then I'm gonna have to go hide in a corner while I take them out of the oven so they don't overcook. Stop screaming, I'm in demon mode! Ow. Like, I'm just trying to do good things, you know? Trying to be a good member of this team?
Get on top of that base.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Who's got
honestly,
the Dragonator?
I'm seriously considering like going Switch Axe for the first time in my life after playing it for these few times that I've been doing this with Waves.
I have them
Such
baked.
a fun weapon.
Yeah, Switch Axe is incredibly fun in Rise.
I never played it before, but I wanted to like have something that was a little less damaging for Waves, so I started building a random set like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he didn't want to carry me.
Switch Axe in the end game has some of the most absurd damage output.
Ew.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing, so it's definitely interesting.
That's fair.
But it is fun. It is a load of fun.
I like my dual blades. They're fun.
Dual blades are always fun, yes.
The one thing I made sure is that I had Rapid Morph at 3.
Oh yeah, Rapid Morph 3 is like required. Not only is it like maximum comfy, it actually does affect like your damage output.
It really does. Like, I noticed heavily.
Alright. Piece of cake.
I still recommend you try out the Lance at least one time with Waves.
I'll probably save that for when I get into Wilds.
That was the other option for Wilds, because I played Lance on the demo, and oh my god, I fell in love with that. I don't know, I always felt Lance was slow, but on the demo, it was one of the fastest things I played. It was ridiculous.
It's funny you mention that, because in the demo, it was... there was a lot of feedback about it being kinda clunky and underpowered, so they're buffing it in release.
Hey, nice going out there.
Okay, sure. I'm not gonna argue.
Procured. Now that we've procured some specimens, I can figure out how they influence that Gargangal's behavior.
Isn't actually slow.
And if I can figure
Which is
that
funny
out,
because
we
I've
might
never
just be
played
able
Lance,
to stop
but I
these
thought it was
kingdom
one of the
monsters from causing
fastest
more
things
chaos.
I had. I went to
Time
town
to get
on
my hands
monsters
dirty.
on the
I'm so psyched right now.
demo.
Monster Goose, Soupless Knights, questionable experiments. Man, it's a great time to be alive.
well,
Bahari plays with his experiments.
Yeah.
We can proceed with our assignments.
I just have all of those because I'm not a perfect machine. I can't block
Alright.
every single attack.
Right.
Who can?
Yeah, I'll probably like just slowly attempt it.
If you don't pay attention to the meta and don't bother with attack and crit and stuff like that, you just do a bunch of safety skills.
Hi there, Waves. Bahari successfully secured some Kuro specimens. That's great news, isn't it? But did you see that horrid creature's mouth? Ew. Behave yourself, Chi. Princesses don't say ew. Bahari has already started to analyze them. Hopefully we have some new info soon, so try to be patient. In the meantime, carry on with your 3 quests. Please be careful, okay?
I have faith that you will fulfill your duty.
Okay.
Come again.
Alright, guys. I've got 5 seconds till my dinner's done.
So what I hear is you're saying...
I gotta
have no
step
time.
away, and then we're probably gonna end stream.
Yeah. Which is fine, it's understandable. I should probably save, I haven't saved in a while. Yes, Germany. No, we're on the east coast of the United States, so it's 7:30 here.
I made yummy food. Alright though, friends. Thank you for hanging out with me. We're a little further. I'm still on monster. How many ranks are there? Like master ranks?
Well, I don't remember when it unlocks, but there's 6-star quests before you start doing curious crafting.
Okay.
Yeah, which is getting into the end game, which honestly kind of has you go through the whole thing again at an accelerated pace.
Yeah. But God, I hate the curious crafting so bad.
It's not that bad.
So you're saying I should just skip all of it and pretend that I'm done when I hit 6? Got it. Great.
No,
Thanks. Awesome.
what you
Yep,
should do
yep,
is
yep.
you should then just straight up play Gold Rathian, Silver Rathian, Malzeno, all those.
The one that Hyde's been yelling at me to fight.
Look,
I will say, with the with the points at which they released all of the different, patches, title updates, they expect you to go into some of these fights with relatively min-maxed gear for each update. So if you think you're getting
to a degree.
let me put it this way: if you think you're getting slapped around now,
Oh yeah.
when you get into the end game, it's so much worse.
Counting on you.
Yeah.
Yay!
Because Waves, we will consider it finished when you have completed, what is it? Chaotic Gore, Amatsu, and what the heck is the name of the Malzeno? Primordial?
Yeah, Primordial Malzeno. Primordial Malzeno is effectively the final boss of the expansion.
Yeah, Hyde wants
Once
me
you
to
get
fight it,
past, like,
so
everything.
Yeah.
No, I want you to fight the Hazard one, because that's the one I fought.
I don't know what
didn't
that
do the
is.
Glory Quest, I did the Hazard. That's
It's the
harder
same
one.
fight, but harder.
Yeah.
Yay!
The boss has more health and does more damage.
So I get that
And I
fight.
didn't
I
know that
steal
Hazard
Hyde.
was
I steal
harder
Sevi.
quest.
I steal Dark. And I'm like, hey guys.
I haven't done Primordial Malzeno yet, so relax.
You want to do that tonight, Doc?
Oh God, no.
Oh, come on. I'll be there.
I'm sure you would, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Thank you for the follow.
I need a break, and
Welcome in.
I got work to do.
Yeah, he has a
for
job
my-
that doesn't
for my-
pay him. He's an internship.
No, I have a side hustle that I'm trying to get shit done for.
I like my answer better. Because you can't talk about it anyway, so it's just.
I know.
It's an unpaid internship.
Except it's not, but it is, but it's not. I don't know. It's a thing.
Alright though, friends. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back on Sunday. Well, no, I lied. Next Sunday is the 12th. So there's no stream on the 12th. But on the 19th, if the 3 of you are free, Doc as automatically included into that group, I'll steal you guys and we'll continue to go back into Monster Rank because I have more fun. I know everyone's like, but you're getting carried, but I have more fun with friends and I don't mind grinding and stuff with friends. So I will steal you guys on the 19th if you're free. Okay?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I always enjoy Monster Hunter with more people. I always do.
Yeah, no, same. Especially since I've played so much of it solo, I'm at the point where I don't really have anything to do on my own. It's just, but it's so much more fun with friends.
There you
Yeah, it
go.
doesn't take much to convince me to play this game.
I know, but if you're busy, like I don't want to get in the way. I'm just telling you guys right now, the 19th, we're going back in. So
Sounds like a plan. Just focus.
Okay.
mark it on your calendars. Waves has stolen you all. But thank you, my friends. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go end stream and then go eat dinner.
Okay.
Be a good
enjoy
person.
numbers.
We have someone to dump or no?
I
Dump
haven't gotten
into?
that far yet. I gotta go find. So let me know in chat. All right, I'm going to. I need to push this button. Oop. This.
We need to find some.
I need to find this button. This button. I gotta get tabbed out of stupid Monster Hunter. Yeah, crazy. If you would like. This has our Discord in it. If you want to join our Discord, you're more than welcome to and hang out because we have a bunch of Monster Hunter friends on there. Some of them that aren't obviously in the party today because we only have a a limit and so forth and so on. God damn it, ads! Fuck. We'll just wait. Boo 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 This is what you guys get when you pay for your sub. Just random me. Just random me. You guys love it. You miss it. You're here for it. I made pork chops. I just gotta make a side. But like they're fresh pork chops. Also, guys, we bought this shoulder, this pork picnic shoulder, I think, from the store today because it was on a super good sale. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna cook it. Because it's a biggin. And I can cook pork. I have cooked pork. I just don't know how to cook this pork. I gotta ask my mommy about it. See if I like can get a good recipe out of it. But I'm excited. Maybe I'll crock pot it. Ooh, that'd be really good. Crock potted pork. But anyway, friends, we have a minute and a half. We have a minute and a half. Anytime, Hyde. You know you're always welcome. I'm gonna have to create like a Monster Hunter channel, like voice chat, so that way, because I have to keep tabbing out, so that way friends can just join the call, you know? It makes my life easier. All right, let me push buttons. Since we're waiting, I can save. And then I can stop having to tab and I can find people to raid and all that fun stuff. Equipment, side quest, Hunter Connect, nope. Quit game. Yes. Yep, we're getting there. Hey guys, go like my TikToks. I have one posting every weekday at 7 p.m. until I think the 15th. So go like my TikToks and my YouTube shorts, please, and thank you. That's my plug. That's my sub plug. I haven't posted in so long. They just don't have love. They got no love. All right. Let me do this. Let's go to my dashboard. Yes, I know I'm live. Oh no, it's not my dashboard. This one. Hey, we're back. See, you guys didn't miss anything. Sorry about the ad. I meant to do stuff with it and I didn't. So we're gonna find somebody to raid out with. But if you're interested, anyone that is interested in hanging out in Monster Hunter, I posted the link in chat for our Discord. Please feel free to add yourself. We have a Discord channel dedicated to like Monster Hunter and other games, so we're always chatting about that. Very excited about Wilds. I'm sorry, Breezy, I gotta go have dinner. It's 7:30 for me. I gotta go eat. I gotta go eat my food. But yeah, so that is the plan and the goal. And yeah, friends, we'll be hanging back out in Monster Hunter on the 19th. Like I said, there's no stream on the 12th. I got D&D, so I gotta go be a bear. I'm gonna go be a big soft polar bear, and I'm excited for it. But as always, my friends, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I hope you thank you for the hat patties and the plush though. I hope you have a wonderful and fantastic day. And a fantastic day tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for Xenoblade Chronicles 2. We're still on Chapter 4. We're getting further. We're very excited. I'm not going to think about the fact that I really don't play Dragon Age. Anytime, Sevi. Anytime. You know you're always welcome. We're gonna go raid out. I already know who we're gonna raid out to, I think. So none of my friends are currently playing Monster Hunter, and while I love making new friends, I really just want to go eat. Oh, I know. I thank you for gifting that subby to Sevi. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sevi. I hope you enjoy your ad-free viewing, your emotes, and your sub badge. We're gonna go hang out with a friend of mine from Sus when I was still raiding Alpha. We're gonna go hang out with Alpha. We're gonna go say hi. They're doing Cyberpunk 2077. I know you guys wanted me to play it sometime this year. It's on my list of possible games that I might play if we have time. Let's go hang out with them. Plus, we haven't hung out with them in forever. because life has been crazy and I haven't hung out with peeps. So if I could spell, that'd be cool. Thank you. All right. There we go. So please copy and paste the raid message. Please go say hello to Alpha and be the awesome, amazing, fantastic people that I know you can be and are. And I will see you guys right back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern time for more Xenoblade Chronicles 2 while we continue chapter 4 and hopefully hit chapter 5 and get halfway through the game. That'd be cool. I would like that. But my friends, I love you. Go drink water, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you later. Till later.